In research management condition, Haas percentage was low, but farmer level machine Haas content is increased.
I'm not sure about that result. Okay, thank you. Okay, presentation is open for the discussion.
Okay, Ms. Jayalat, could you please summarize that your conclusions?
Okay, sir. My primary objective was to evaluate milling properties of raw and parboil rice under both research grade and farmer level machinery. So I evaluated 5 response variables. Then my key finding is there is a significant interaction between sorry sir, organizing according to the study objectives. These results showed that all main effects and interactions were highly significant. Research grade milling produced higher head grain brown rice than total milled rice, and it reduced broken grain compared with farmer level milling. Parboil rice performed better than raw rice across all rice varieties. Varietal differences had a strong influence on milling outcomes and 1000 grain weight. Overall milling performance depends on the combined effect of machine type, and rice variety.
Okay, what is your recommendation for the farming community of the
Research mill
country?
setting can serve as a benchmark for farmers, give them optimized milling efficiency and milling profitability.
You have discussed about that the cost of the process, isn't it?
No, sir. I recommend this for further research.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And one thing I want to verify, because in definitely the milling that there are two things, that total milling yield and head rice yield. So even the total milling yield may be same in the each machine, but once you go, you can't compare with the laboratory testing. So you have to you need to, it can be compared to different machine. Okay, however, thank you very much for your presentation. So we
Thank
can,
you, sir.
yes, we can go for the next presentation. Yes, next presentation is comparative assessment of nutrient composition and adulteration in raw cow's milk from smallholder farms and collection centers in Lankapura, Sri Lanka. So the presenter is Gunasena.
This
GDDK.
study is about the comparative assessment of nutrient composition and adulteration in raw cow's milk from smallholder farms and milk collecting centers in Lankapura, Sri Lanka. The study was carried out at the Department of Microbiology, Faculty of Science, University of Colombo, in collaboration with the Veterinary Office in Polonnaruwa. And the presenting author is GDDK Gunasena. Background of the study: raw milk quality is important for nutrition, processing and farmer income. The smallholder farms dominate the Sri Lankan dairy sector. The smallholder milk transported into the milk collecting centers by the farmers and then referred to as bulk milk in the milk collecting centers. From the milk collecting centers, the milk is then purchased by the industries, and there are incidents of rejection of bulk milk from the industries at the milk collecting centers due to their low quality. So in order to address this fact, the objectives of this study were to compare the nutritional quality of household milk and bulk milk in Polonnaruwa area, and then identify possible adulterations in raw milk. For the methodology, the samples were collected in Lankapura area. Total number of samples were 50. Out of them, 25 were household milk samples collected from small-scale farmers just after milking process in the morning. And then 25 bulk milk samples were collected from the milk collecting centers. All the samples were collected under aseptic conditions. The analysis part, nutritional quality. For the nutritional quality, fat, protein, lactose, and solid non-fat were analyzed using Master Pro Milk Analyzer. And then the adulteration, for the investigation of adulteration, a specific gravity was measured by the lactometer. And all these parameters were analyzed for all the milk samples, including household milk and bulk milk samples. Results. This table shows you the parameter and then the results for the bulk milk, results for the household milk, and the p-value. And in this yellow color, what you can see here is the national standard given for each parameter. So by looking at these results, there are no statistically significant differences for any of the parameters that we assessed. So you can see here. And then, however, this compared to this national standard, so you can see here for the protein and SNF, there are low values compared to the national standard. You can see the low values in both bulk milk and household milk. But fat content always is bulk milk and household milk showed higher values compared to the national standard. And the specific gravity is almost within the given a standard rate. This is again, in a graph, you can see all the nutrient contents in both household milk and bulk milk. Conclusions: no significant differences in any of the tested parameters in both milk categories. However, both household and bulk milk are significantly below the national standard for protein and SNF levels. Fat content in both groups exceeded national standards. A specific gravity was within the EU standard range, suggesting no adulteration occurred. Recommendations, depending on the results of the study, that we need to take actions to strengthen farmer advisory services and promote improved feeding strategies and dairy management technologies, and focus on nutritional interventions to close the quality gap. So these are the results of the presentation, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Dr. Gunisela, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yes, you are in online. Okay. Here you are actually, according to your title, it's a nutrient composition and adulteration in raw cow milk from smallholder farm, because you are analyzed this assessment. You did the assessment for smallholder farms collecting center Lankapura. Where is Lankapura? It is in Polonnaruwa?
It is Polonnaruwa.
Okay. So then in nutrition composition, I think it is changing with the collection methods.
No, the thing is that not the collecting method, because from the farmers, the smallholder farmers, and then they transport the milk to the collecting centers, and in the collecting centers the almost, I mean, in the collecting centers they collect the milk from many farmers, and in the milk tanks, in the big milk tanks, they collect all these milk and then transport it to the then from the industries they come and take this milk from the collecting centers, not from the farmers. And then because lots of farmers, they bring the milk to the collecting centers, and then obviously I mean because it's a collection of milk, so there may be some changes when all the milk get collected together. So
But
that's
however, as my understanding, the nutrient composition may change according to the rations given to the cow. Maybe not. I'm not sure about the collecting method or what is that the method of transportation. It's affected.
not the method of transportation. Yeah, definitely. Mainly it's because of the breed of the cow and
Yes.
the varieties of feeding that they
Feeding, yes.
give. Yeah, and all these things.
That's I mean ration.
But yeah. But the only thing that we our assumption was when the milk get collected as bulk in the centers, whether there are any. I mean, because of the collection of bulk from different farmers, when they collect together, whether there are any percentages, differences in percentages happens. That's what that was the assumption.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So how did you select these centers in terms of any sampling plan or?
No, it was a random selection, actually, random selection, and as well as based on their, some of the collectings, in some of the collecting centers, they were they were reluctant to, participate in the testing, but some of the collecting centers, they were very happy to participate. So based on that, so we covered the centers. It was a random selection.
Okay, and it means how did you select the area based on any research finding or?
No, it was actually where this we had a veterinary officer in there, and then that area belongs to her, and it was easy for her to from the farmers. It was easy for her to collect the samples from there, so that's why that area was selected.
It means we can apply these findings as a model to other areas.
Well, I'm not quite sure about that, how the other areas are different from this one. Not quite sure about that because we haven't compared with any other area, so we don't know about that.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Is there any further questions? Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, then we can move for the next presentation. That is actually the title is Quality Characteristics Evaluation of Jackfruit Autocarpus heteropilus bulb flower preparation by using different treatment, drying method and storage method. The presenter is RKP Madhushika.
Good day all of you. I am Madhshika from Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. I will present in quality characteristic evaluation of jackfruit bulb flower preparing using different treatment, drying method and storage method. Considering background, Sri Lanka heavily depend on imported wheat flour for the bakery and food processing, which increase cost and reduce the use of local ingredients. Also, jackfruit remain underutilized and tropical abundant during the season, but highly post-harvest losses. Converting bulb into flour can add value and help to reduce wheat import. Also, jackfruit bulb rich in carbohydrate, fiber and antioxidant, there is a limit in optimization of flour production from the matured bulb to replace wheat flour. The objective of the study was to optimize jackfruit bulb flour production and evaluate its physiochemical, functional, antioxidant and storage properties when prepared using different treatment and drying methods. Moving material and methodology, fresh jackfruit bulbs were collected and subjected to anti-browning treatment, steam blanching, ascorbic acid treatment and 0.05% sodium metabisulfite treatment. Then size reduction, drying using tray drying and oven drying, grinding and sleeving. The selected flour is stored for the 4 weeks under room temperature and refrigerated condition. Analysis including colorimetry, physiochemical and functional property, antioxidant assay and total phenolic content. Selection of best treatment. In here used colorimetric method parameters. Color lightness as a key indicator for the flour selection because consumer acceptance often lighter flour. The SMS 0.05 trade-dried sample showed the highest lightness value 97.14 and was selected as optimal flour for the further detailed evaluation. Physiochemical property analysis. The optimized flour showed pH range narrowly from 6.05 to 6.12 during the storage, indicating near neutral stability. Sinkability was rapid at the 2.6 per second, suggesting quick initial water uptake. Wettability and dispersibility get unique value that align the flour properties. Considering functional properties, the optimized flour showed the water absorption capacity initially was 2.04 gram per gram at room temperature and 1.94 gram per gram under refrigeration. After 4 weeks, room temperature storage saw as a sharp drop to 1.34 gram per gram while refrigerated storage remaining higher at 1.58 gram per gram. Oil absorption capacity also decreased drastically at room temperature from 1.29 to 0.48 gram per gram, but much better preserved under the refrigeration. So that indicate good hydration and some fat binding properties suitable for the bakery and snack formulation. That flour exhibit a bulk density of 0.65 gram per gun centimeter and tap density of 0.67 gram per gun centimeter, both falling within the typical range for the food flour. Over 4 weeks of storage, bulk density slightly decreases while tap density remaining stable. These values indicate moderate packaging behavior and suggesting flour has the good flowability. Its sealing capacity was 3.47 ml per gram and titratable acidity measured 0.93%, higher due to the SMS treatment, while water activity was 0.67. That level helped to limit microbial growth and support the shelf stability. Considering antioxidant profiling showed a DPPH radically scavenging IC50 value for the 826 parts per million and total phenolic content of 23.52 milligram gallic acid equivalent per gram, indicating measurable antioxidant profile that can add to nutritional value. In conclusion, optimized jackfruit bulb flour prepared with the 0.05% SMS spray-dried sample suitable quality characteristic and antioxidant activity and refrigeration effectively extend its shelf life. Adaptation of jackfruit bulb flour could add value and underutilized jackfruit bulb flour and contribute to the reducing resilience on the imported wheat flour in Sri Lanka. Further work should evaluate jackfruit bulb flour functionally in the real food formulation and sensory receptor. Thank you. I acknowledge my supervisor Mr. Jayasurya, laboratory staff and any finding bodies. I welcome to question during the session.
Okay, Ms. Madhushika, thank you for your presentation. Now, the presentation and the facts present you is open for the discussions. Okay, I think hope you can hear us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. And yeah, here I think you are analyzing the quality characteristics of jackfruit. Actually, this is a drying method and storage method. Mean that how long you are going to store it?
Over the 4 weeks.
Yes, I mean after drying. What is your work activity after drying?
After drying, my water activity the 0.6.
0.6.
Yes.
So then water percentage?
Water percentage under the sorry.
I mean that the MC moisture content?
In that I didn't mention it.
8%.
Yes.
Okay. In once it to the 8%, we can keep without any trouble, even in the environment condition, around 6 months without any trouble. It is sure, but then the quality characteristics actually they change with the with varieties. This kind of research I think mostly conducted. There are so many the previously conducted research for actually for drying of the jackfruits, Artocarpus heteropilus. So there it's evaluated, but I think the different treatment drying method mean that what is the drying method? You are the solar drying or what you call that that is dryer used in the electrical heating. Is that dryer you used?
No, sir. I used to tray drying method and oven drying method.
Sorry?
I used to eat tray drying method and oven drying method.
What is it? Can you explain a bit?
In tray dryer, I used to low temperature.
Tray dryers. Okay. Now I can hear. That is tray drying and other one?
Oven drying method.
Oven drying.
Okay, oven.
So this is one thing. This already done. The tray drying mean did you change the trays while drying?
Yes, sir. Position change.
Okay. How long it take for the drying? I mean that for you make a 8%. Initially it has the moisture content around I think 80, maybe 70. Then to become to 8%, how long it take? How long it require drying?
For the one sample I used to tray drying, it get to more than 10 hours, sir.
Okay, but I think the different treatment drying method, the quality characteristics, you have check the drying method with the quality characteristics. But the tray method, there are no such a tray drying, no whatever. It is a similar things. That's why I'm actually asking the question. It's all right, but okay, it's okay. I think it's open for the discussion.
Okay, Ms. Madhushika, thank for your presentation. Could you please briefly explain what are the storage methods you have utilized for this research? Storage methods.
Yes, sir. In this research, I used to do storage method. One is the room temperature storage with the packaging, and another method is the storage in the refrigeration condition with packaging.
This means after removing that water content up to 8%, you have places that your sample in 3 different locations. Is that true?
Yes.
Then what were you find? What you have found as a conclusions on that section only? Yeah.
Yes, sir. In that, I used to different treatment method and drying method. For that, based on the considering the different storage method used for refrigeration storage condition has helped maintain quality and extend the shelf life than the room temperature condition.
Okay, is mean that the message is go for that farming community or entrepreneurs. If you want to make that flour using that jackfruit bulb, you have to store that your samples in refrigeration under that particular condition. Is that correct? No.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the major constraints when you have faced when you are doing this kind of research?
Basically, I used to major challenges is the packaging option, because I used only the press. I used to Ziploc bag. Then I change each recyclable Ziploc bag with the higher quality. It is a major challenges I used to, because of the I studied that on the extend the shelf life.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madhushika, actually, as this explained, if you drain the moisture content up to 8, any method, the characteristics is same. It's not changing. I'm sure, 100% sure. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So, yes, we can go for the next presentation. That the title of next presentation is investigation of impact of post harvest storage time on physical milling and cooking properties of rice. The presenter is PMTD Patiraj.
Good morning, respected judges and dear participants. I am Tarshika Patiraj and today I will present my research on investigation of impact of post-harvest storage time on physical, milling and cooking properties of rice. Here is the outline of today's presentation. Let's move to the introduction. Rice is the staple food for more than half of the world population, especially in Asia. However, rice quality isn't only determined in the field but also after harvest, particularly during storage. Improper storage can reduce milling yield and affect cooking quality. Therefore, understanding the effect of storage time is very important. Problem justification. In Sri Lanka, farmers and processors don't have clear guidelines on how long paddy should be stored before milling. Due to this, quality losses and inefficiencies can occur. So this research aims to fill that knowledge gap by studying how storage time affects rice quality. These are the objectives of this study. The main objective of this study was to evaluate how storage time affects physical properties, milling efficiency and cooking qualities of rice. The study was conducted at the Rice Research and Development Institute, Batalegoda. A factorial experimental design was used with 12 rice varieties and 5 storage periods from 2 to 6 months. In total, 180 samples were analyzed. Data were analyzed using R software with statistical test at 5% of significance level. This is the most important part of my presentation, result and discussion. Let's see how the storage duration impacts physical qualities of rice. The first one is shape and size. The research showed that shape and size was strongly influenced by variety but not affected by storage time. Second one is grain chalkiness. Chalkiness had a significant association with both variety and storage time. Third one is length-width ratio. The length-width ratio differed by both variety and storage period. The highest length-width ratio belongs to 8311 and lowest value belongs to BW367. In many varieties, the highest value appeared 2 months and decreased around 4 months. Fourth one is moisture content. Moisture content varied between variety. The highest moisture content was BW372 and while BG352 lowest value. Final one is 1000 grain weight. 1000 grain weight increased slightly around 3 months and then decreased by 6 months. Let's see how the storage duration impact milling qualities of rice. First one is brown rice percentage. For most varieties, 5 months of storage gave the highest brown rice percentage, while 2 months gave the lowest. Hull percentage. Hull showed the opposite pattern. A 5-month storage period lowest and highest at 2 months. Third one is total mill rise percentage. Total mill rise increased with storage and generally peaked around 5 months. Aging improved hardness and reduced fissuring. Fourth one is head grain percentage. Head grain also improved with aging and was higher at 5 months for most varieties. Broken grain percentage. Broken grain tended to be higher at 2 months and lower at later stage, further supporting the positive effect of aging on grain integrity. Now, time on to discuss how storage duration impact cooking qualities of rice. First one is elongation ratio. Elongation during cooking was influenced mainly by variety and only slightly by storage time. Second one is gelatinization temperature. GT varied with both variety and storage period. Many varieties showed highest GT at 2 months and lower values later. Third one is water absorption ratio. Water absorption ratio differed significantly among varieties and storage period. In several varieties, 6 months gave highest water absorption due to increased hydration capacity. Fourth one is volume expansion ratio. Volume expansion ratio changed with storage. Certain varieties showed better expansion after longer storage. Conclusion. Storage time significantly affects rice quality. Around 4 to 5 months storage gives better milling performance. Changes are mainly due to moisture loss and grain aging. Therefore, proper management of storage time is essential to improve rice quality and reduce losses. Finally, this study provides useful insight for farmers, millers, and researchers to optimize post-harvest practices. These are the key references I gathered information. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Are you join with us currently?
Yes, sir. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you properly. So in your research, so you are checking the storage life for change in the cooking and other milling characteristics. So the
Yes, sir.
storage, yeah, we can store the paddy in different storage method. Like we can store by hermetic storage, we can store by silo storage. So which storage method you followed?
I stored paddies, room temperature, air dried first air dried sun dried sample and stored ambient conditions.
It's storing in just like a warehouse.
Oh,
So this kind of studies, I think there are mostly we conducted. I think you are repeating the same study, but I think if you are analyzing different the milling characteristics as well as the cooking characteristics in different type of storage, like as an example, hermetic storage or whatever, that silo storage or warehouse storage or cold storage, so then we can have some results. So what is the significance in this one?
so I stored paddy 2 months to 6 month storage. Then
Yes,
then I repeated
yes,
monthly evaluate in all parameters.
yes, it is already done, this kind of research. I also did similar research in 2002.
Sir, I use Sri Lankan variety and local storage times, and I can't integrate physical milling and cooking trades in previous researchers.
Yes, we did actually the cooking time changing, and we evaluate other parameters also. How to change it? The amylase content also. That it has some changes. It's happened. Okay. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Pathiraja, thank you for presentation. I will add something that what Professor Champati Gunathira mentioned. Actually, that the properties totally depend, not majorly depend on the where you store them and which condition that the search places are having. So, based on that fact, all the physical milling and cooking properties could be varying.
Yeah, sir.
So when you are doing such a research, you have to highly concern about such kind of factors could be affect for highly for your final results. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments for the audience? Okay, if there are no comments, we can wind up the presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, we can move for the next presentation. The next presentation title is potential post-harvest technologies for extending the shelf life of microcraft. What is that? Microgreens. Yes, in Sri Lanka. That is also review paper. The presentation need to be switched on.
Hello everyone, I'm Biju Janit. I'm excited to present our systematic review titled Potential Post-Harvest Technologies for Extending the Shelf Life of Microgreens in Sri Lanka. This work was conducted alongside my co-authors from Jeongsan National University and Korea University. From this review article, we are going to address the current status of microgreen cultivation in Sri Lanka, potential post-harvest technologies, and their limitations and some recommendations. First, I would like to provide a small introduction regarding microgreens. Microgreens are young edible seedlings harvested 10 to 14 days after sowing. They are considered as nutritional packs because they are rich in vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and bioactive compounds. And there is a rising demand from supermarkets, hotels, and consumers in Sri Lanka for microgreens. But the major challenge is they have very short shelf life and rapid quality deterioration. This is the methodology we use for develop this review article. We search premier databases including Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar, and Science Direct, focusing on literature published between 2010 to 2025, using targeted keywords like microgreens, post-harvest technology, shelf life, Sri Lanka, and storage, and we screen titles and abstracts against strict inclusion criteria. Finally, this systematic synthesis allowed us to develop data-driven foundation for cost-effective post-harvest technologies that's suitable for Sri Lanka. Now looking specifically at Sri Lankan context, the current market heavily relies on varieties such as radish, mustard, beetroot, red amaranth, pea shoots, broccoli, and these are mainly cultivated using space-efficient systems such as tray setups, hydroponics, protected greenhouses, indoor vertical farming system utilizing LED technologies. And while production is scaling up efficiently, the challenge begins the exact moment when they are harvested. In this slide, you can see the factors affecting the shelf life of microgreens. Microgreens suffer from high respiration rate after harvesting. It means that they rapidly consume their own nutrient reserves after harvesting. It leads to rapid yellowing and tissue softening. And they are also highly prone to moisture loss due to high transpiration. causes wilting alongside severe vulnerabilities to mechanical bruising during handling. And compounding this, Sri Lanka's ambient temperature paired with high humidity accelerate microbial contamination and mold growth. As you can see in these images, unrefrigerated storage reduces the premium product to unsuitable waste within just few days. In here you can see post-harvest technologies we reviewed, washing and sanitization, packaging technologies, cold storage, light-based treatments, calcium treatments and edible coatings, emerging technologies, including nanotechnology, IoT and cold plasma. Here we found that modified atmospheric packaging and cold storage can enhance the shelf life of microgreens up to 10 days. And especially we found that storage under red LED treatments can enhance the nutritional quality of microgreens, and especially ozone treatment is effective for microbial reduction. Despite these clear scientific evidences, implementing these technologies in Sri Lanka is difficult due to some limitations because there is a lack of infrastructure facilities, high initial cost and maintenance cost, and small scale production systems have lacked the technical knowledge to adopt advanced setups, and therefore future research must should be developed to validate these methods under authentic Sri Lankan condition, and we need to focus heavily on low-cost cooling innovations, localized specific storage recommendations, and development of eco-friendly biodegradable packaging materials to keep the industry sustainable. And we also recommend to uh, conduct training programs regarding microgreens to Sri Lankan farmers, and we also encourage to development policies regarding microgreen cultivation with the support of Sri Lankan government. Finally, it can be concluded that microgreens are high-value crop with strong potential in Sri Lanka. Shelf life is the major commercialization challenge. Most suitable technologies for microgreens in Sri Lankan context are cold storage, appropriate packaging, edible coatings, and affordable and sustainable post-harvest solutions are also needed for microgreen cultivation. With that, I would like to end this presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So now the presentation is open for the discussion. So this here this presentation is focused to potential post-harvest technologies for extended shelf life. So microgreens in this is not a real research, so that you collect in some research paper is doing a literature review. So in this review, what is your main focus point for this review? So that what microgreens, why it is important Sri Lanka? Can you explain a bit? Hello, Mr. Janit. I joined with us currently. Can you hear us? Hello, Mr. Janit. Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. Now we also can hear you, but previously we can't hear you. Okay, I think my question now it is open, that your presentation is open for the discussion. That
Oh,
my
yes, sir.
question actually, so that this is not a real study. This is literature.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
then that what is your main focus for the study? So then extending shelf life. I mean, so what sort of thing you are extending? I mean that microgreen. What is the importance it's for Sri Lanka?
Actually, sir, currently microgreen is considered as very nutritious food, as well as we can see it's an emerging food item in Sri Lanka also. So what we focused on, and we searched for many literature in Sri Lanka regarding microgreens, and we found that there are no many research regarding current status of microgreen cultivation and post-harvest technologies regarding microgreens in Sri Lanka. So what we did was we want to find any some post-harvest technologies that can be used to extend microgreens in Sri Lanka, and it will be very important for current research, future research, when someone is going to do research regarding microgreens. That's why we did this kind of review.
Okay. Okay, I think other panel members, it's open for the discussion.
Okay, Mr. Janit, thank you for your review. As you mentioned
sir.
in that Sri Lankan situation, that microgreen industry is still being popular, you know. Have you searched what are the issues or constraints in Sri Lankan scenario having if you go for that commercialization for the microgreens in future?
Sir, my understanding in Sri Lanka, it's mainly popular among urban people, not in rural areas, but we have a potential to popularize this microgreens among rural people also, because most of people doesn't have any understanding, knowledge and understanding regarding the importance of microgreen, as well as the government support is also very limited for this microgreen cultivation, and we also found that it is not under any food category in Sri Lanka, and as well as the infrastructure facilities are also limited for microgreen cultivation.
Okay, Ms. Janet, if you think that is practicable, whether you have found some conclusions, no, there are some findings you have gathered to your review, that can we implement those findings so that the future industry of microgreen production in Sri Lanka is okay, or are there any improvement need?
Actually, sir, we have in this review article we have mentioned some post-harvest technologies, but all of them we cannot implement because some technologies need high infrastructure and high cost. So we suggest establishment of some shared facilities and some financial support for the growers in microgreen growers in Sri Lanka also.
Okay, Mr. Janet, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, is there any further question from the audience? Okay. Okay, I think there are no further question. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, we can move for the next presentation. Actually, the next presentation title is Development of Incentive Sticks Using Sugarcane Bagasse and Lemongrass for Mosquito Repellency. The presenter is GGP Viharangaka.
I am Pasthi Hankar. Today I will be present about development of incense sticks using sugarcane bagasse and lemongrass for mosquito repellency. These are the order of my presentation. In introduction part, Sri Lanka sugarcane production generate a large amount of bagasse. Most of bagasse remain underutilized. On the other hand, second one is problem statement. The synthetic repellents dominating the market. It causes health and environment issues. Then these incense sticks create sustainable mosquito control method. General objective is to formulate and evaluate incense sticks made from sugarcane bagasse and lemongrass for mosquito repellency, and specific objectives are to evaluate how effective the developed incense sticks are at repelling mosquitoes and to evaluate burning characteristics, keeping quality and safety parameters. An experiment was conducted. Experimental design is complete randomized design with 6 treatments and 3 replications. Processing steps: sugarcane bagasse, lemongrass powder, coconut charcoal powder, binders and bamboo sticks were used to prepare the incense sticks. These steps are followed for the insane insects development. Under data collection part, first one is mosquito repellency testing. The mosquito repellency tests were conducted using 30 adult Aedes aegypti mosquitoes, and observations were recorded every 10 minutes for 1 hour. And field tests were conducted during peak mosquito activity periods between 5. Sensory evaluation was conducted using 30 untrained panelists. The recorded microbial analysis in here conducted two type of tests: total plate count and yeast and mold. And finally, colony observations. Visual bacterial and fungal colonies were observed and counted for microbial load determination. And ash analysis. Keeping quality was tested over 3 months. In here, color, smell, mold appearance and smoke qualities were tested. Data analysis. All collected experimental data were analyzed using one-way analysis of variance. Repellency of mosquitoes. Number of paralyzed mosquitoes. In here, highest value was recorded in treatment 3 and lowest was recorded in treatment 5. Next one is existing attempt initiation. In here also, highest value was recorded in treatment. Third one, number of mosquitoes near the insane insects. The highest avoidance in treatment 3 and the lowest in treatment 6. Fourth one, number of mosquitoes away from the mesh wall. The highest value was recorded in treatment 1 and treatment 3, and while the lowest repellency was observed in the treatment 5. Fifth one, number of mosquitoes on cage wall. The highest number was recorded. Last one, mortality rate of the mosquitoes. The highest mortality was recorded in treatment 3, while no more mortality was occurred in other 5 treatments. First one is the number of mosquitoes landings. The highest number of mosquito landings was observed in treatment 3 and the lowest was recorded in treatment 1. And treatment 1 and treatment 2 did not differ significantly. Second one, the number of mosquitoes bites. The highest number of mosquitoes bites was recorded in treatment 3. The T1 provided the strongest protections against mosquitoes bites. Sensory evaluation. Sensory evaluation properties compared with the commercial insane insects. Then all sensory attributes within the acceptable range. Analysis of moisture and ash content. Moisture content of the developing insane sticks. The moisture content of developing insane sticks was compared with the commercial insane sticks. Then all the moisture contents are within the acceptable range. And ash analysis as content and my total plate count. Total plate count compared with the commercial insane sticks. The formulated insane sticks. Yeast and molds counts also compared with the commercial insane sticks. This all keeping quality test. First one is moisture content of packed and unpacked insane sticks. In here, packed. Second one, burning duration content of packed and unpacked insane sticks. Packed insane sticks maintain a stable burn duration. Physical appearance. These tests were conducted through physical observations, and it was shown the packed insane. And this is the budget. Conclusion: the study has successfully achieved all research objectives, and treatment 3 showed the highest mosquito repellency under the both laboratory and field conditions, outperforming the commercial insane sticks. The developed insane sticks maintain acceptable quality, safety, and stability during storage. And these are the references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I think the presentation is open for the discussion. Mr. Viharangaka, can you hear us? Hello? Yes. We can't hear you. Think maybe your microphones.
Hello, sir.
Yes, now we can hear you. Yes, now we can hear you. Okay, you are actually developer mosquito repellency. So then you said that it's not a repellency. You count that motility also in the mosquito. So,
Yes, sir.
so then is that if the mosquitoes it has some motility, it may be dangerous for the human beings also. So, what is your measurement for that? I think did you do some research for that also?
Yes, sir. I conducted some sensory evaluation for that. Then during sensory evaluation, we can't observe some physical physical changes for any other participated penalties. Then that incentive sticks within the acceptable range, sir.
Not, I think that type of thing we can't do in sensory, because you have to analyze in chemical analysis is required. Did you do that chemical analysis?
Yes, sir. I did some chemical analysis. That chemical analysis not affect for any other any other things, sir.
Any other things mean any other animal?
Animals, sir. Yeah,
It's
mosquitoes.
only affected for the mosquitoes. I
Mosquitoes,
think
sir.
that mosquitoes mean that insects.
Yes, sir. Especially
Are you
insect.
sure? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. I analyzes that test, but it not included in here, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. The presentation is open for the discussion. I think our panel members can ask any question.
Okay, Mr. Vihangaka, am I correct? I correctly pronounce your name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vihangaka, Mr. Vihangaka, that issue is that you have tried to do produce a mosquito repellent. No?
Yes, sir.
Finally, that this is not a repellent, is totally vanished the mosquito density is there, population density. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then why you have that sugarcane baggage for this? What is the specialty of that?
Most of the sugarcane bag. I conducted this research in the sugarcane research institute. Then that sugarcane bag is not fully utilized in the sugarcane companies. Then I used alternative for this sugarcane bagasse for wooden use for some waste. Then I used it's used for burning enhancer, sir. It's an alternative to burning enhancer.
It means that the continuously burning that the sugarcane bagages are facilitated for that, is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Second one is that yeah. Okay. Have you considered that the cost of the production, because a new it could be a new product, no, sugarcane bagages is okay. It's very plenty of there, so you can use it. And lemongrass, yes, somewhat rare. You have to try to find it. What could be the difference between that the existing mosquito repellent, this kind of sticks, and your own one when considering the costs?
Sir, that's when comparing, I compared that cost for using between commercial incense sticks and uh, formulated incense sticks. That some commercial incense sticks, most of the commercial incense sticks are using purchasing materials, but this all materials used for natural materials. Then when comparing these incense sticks, developed incense sticks, we can produce 165 rupees. But commercial incense sticks, we can only produce in nearly 300 rupees. That's the difference, sir.
It means that your one seems to be very profitable for the entrepreneur if that particular person start to this industry, is it?
Yes, sir.
But you have to get clear understanding this, that except that sugarcane baggage, other all the material should be purchased and some processing should be there. isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So when we go for that, the farmer or entrepreneur level, it should be revisited, especially the costs. And as Professor Champati explained, that the health hazards, we have no idea that sometimes it could emit some toxic gases, no?
Yes.
So need to clarify this with considering that the hygienic conditions of that particular human population even. Okay,
Yeah.
think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any further questions? I think there are no further questions. So I think if there are no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, then we can go for the next presentation. Next presentation title is the determining optimal maturity indices of red lady papaya, Carica papaya L, for fruity, that is very difficult to read, fruity processing. What is it? I think we can ask it from maybe our presenter is HWS Prabhash.
Greetings, everyone. Prabhash Vaduge, presenting from the Department of Food Technology at ISATRS, Veligatte. Today, I will share our findings on determining the optimal maturity indices for red lady papaya for tutti frutti processing. Tutti frutti is a candied intermediate moisture product widely used in bakery and confectionery. Papaya is a preferred raw material, but tutti frutti quality, its texture, flavor, color, and shelf stability is fundamentally governed by the maturity of the fruit at harvest. Sri Lanka loses 20 to 40% of its annual papaya output due to improper harvest timing. Immature papaya yields tough, bland tutti frutti because pectin exists as insoluble protopectin. Overripe papaya undergoes polygalacturonase-driven cell wall dissolution, destroying the structural integrity required for processing. Despite these well-understood mechanisms, no cultivar-specific maturity guidelines existed for red lady papaya for tutti frutti production. Two objectives guided this study. First, to identify the optimal maturity stage of red lady papaya for high-quality tutti frutti production, evaluated across physical, chemical, sensory, and microbiological parameters at 6 successive harvest stages. Second, to establish practical, farm-applicable harvest indicators to reduce post-harvest losses. Methodology comprised three integrated components: physical and chemical product analysis, sensory evaluation using a trained panel, and shelf life assessment through water activity and microbiological testing. 40 healthy plants from a commercial plantation in Puputuwa Vallabhai were selected. 100 fruits were tagged at 1 week post fruit set and monitored weekly. Stages S1 to S6 were defined from 7 to 12 weeks post fruit set, with 3 replicates each, giving 18 experimental units. Stage 4 at 10 weeks and highlighted would emerge as optimal. Production was standardized across all stages. Fruits were peeled, cubed 1 centimeter, and blanched at 85 degrees Celsius for 3 minutes to arrest enzymatic activity. Osmotic dehydration ran stepwise at 25, 40, and 65 bricks over 72 hours. Cubes were then dried at 55 degrees Celsius for 8 hours to achieve water activity below 0.6. Physical parameters indicated weight, dimensions, firmness by TA.txt plus texture analyzer with a 500-gram load and peel and flesh color using the calibrated Munsell color chart. Chemical parameters were Brix, pH, and treatable acidity. Analysis used one-way ANOVA with Tukey's HSD post hoc, Kruskal-Wallis, and Pearson correlation. Sensory evaluation is central to our findings. 37 trained panelists scored tutti frutti on a 9-point Hellenic scale across 5 attributes: color, texture, flavor, sugar acid blend, and appearance, with overall acceptability summed to a maximum of 45. ANOVA confirmed highly significant stage at P below 0.001. Stage 4 achieved the highest mean acceptability of 37.78 with peak scores of color 7.67, texture 7.3, flavor 7.67, sugar acid blend 7.67, and appearance 7.44. Turkish HSD confirmed stage 4 significantly outperformed all others. The sharp decline to 27.72 at stage 6 confirms that overripe fruit yield inferior candid product. Firmness increased progressively from 0.6 mm at stage 1 to 1.07 at stage 7, then became unmeasurable at stages 5 and 6 due to polyglucosidase mediated cell wall dissolution. Stage 4's 1.07 mm represent the critical optimum adequate structural integrity for cubing and syrup infusion without the processing losses of later stages. Brix increased from 3.37 at stage 1 to 10.8 at stage 6, while pH declined from 7.14 to 5.21. Stage 4's Brix of 7.37 falls within the 7 to 9 Brix range identified by Jones and Becker in 2022 as optimal for osmotic dehydration of candied fruit. Its pH of 6.28 minimizes non-enzymatic browning during drying. Pearson's correlation confirmed Brix positively correlated with acceptability at R equals 0.45, while pH and acidity were negatively correlated. Figure 6 makes the threshold effect clear. Stage 4 clusters at the optimal Brix acceptability zone, while stages 5 and 6 show high Brix alongside a sharp drop in acceptability. This confirms that elevated sugar content alone cannot compensate for compromised tissue integrity once cellular degradation exceeds the stage 4 threshold. Peel color progressed from very dark green at stages 1 and 2 through greenish gray at stage 3 to light greenish gray at stage 4 and further to pale yellowish green and pale yellow at stages 5 and 6. Stage 4's peel color coincided with the highest sensory color score of 7.67. Critically, this color is observable in the field without instrumentation, the most practical farmer level harvest indicator our study identified. In conclusion, stage 4 at 10 weeks post fruit set is established as the optimal harvest stage for red lady papaya for tutti frutti production. The evidence converges across 4 domains. Highest overall sensory acceptability of 37.78 out of 45, a chemical profile of 7.37 Brix and pH of 6.27 ideal for osmotic dehydration, firmness of 1.07 millimeters, and confirmed microbiological safety with salmonella absent and water activity of 0.48. The light greenish gray peel is a cost-free field indicator. Adoption of these guidelines through extension programs has the potential to substantially reduce the current 20 to 40% post-harvest losses in Sri Lanka's papaya industry. These are my references, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Prabhash, for your presentation. So now the presentation is open for the discussion. So initiation of discussion, I have a question. So initially, I have a question. What is fruity? What is it?
Tutti frutti is it's a type of candied fruit. In Sri Lankan context, you can actually see on top of muffins and mostly in jellies. It's a type of hardened fruit. It's not.
Is that a can type of fruit?
No, sir.
Whatever that the jelly type.
It can be categorized as a jelly type, but it's not processed. It's natural, and it's cut into dices, small pieces of dices, and they can be thrown for either increase the taste or the visual appeal of a food.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yes, I understand. Some sort of food. Okay. So then you are going to identify the better maturity condition. I mean, good optimal maturity condition for the preparing of that that
Tutti frutti.
frutti frutti.
Yes,
So
sir.
that in that manner, I just want to know that how do you determine the maturity? Because maturity we can determine objective and subjective. So then the maturity, you have to identify non-destructive and destructive. So what sort of thing you observed, and what I just want to know about that.
Yes, sir. We took measurements in both sensory and both destructive and non-destructive manners. Uh, Sensory evaluations, as we say, as first line of non-destructive test, and further we took we actually tested texture and sugar acid blend, and as well as the Brix value and the firmness. Those are actually destructive tests. So out of all those tests, we have concluded that stage 4, which is the week 10 of post fruit set, is the most optimal condition or the stage for tutti frutti production from red lily papaya.
Answer is not clear. So then you said something like the testing of firmness bricks, as well as I mean that other one like a pH. Those are, if you want to check those, it need to be, that is then we need to destruct. I mean that to have to cut the fruit. So without cutting, we can't check those values. So what are the other the sensory is not for the checking maturity. Sensory is for something. If you want to evaluate the quality of your what you fruity, then you can do sensory. So then
Yes.
for I am asking the maturity index.
Yes, for non-destructive, to be specific, we have identified color change as a first line of identification using the Mansell color chart. As I mentioned in the presentation, the color change was observed. Then it was correlated with the destructive tests, actually. In order to find the optimal maturity indices. Am I clear? I think.
So there are some other methods also.
Sorry, sir?
No,
I couldn't hear.
a non-destructive method I'm asking. So that there are some other methods. Did you analyze color only as a non-destructive?
We have analyzed the weight as well as length and width along with those tests.
Okay, it says shape. So how do you measure the firmness?
Firmness was measured using firmness meter under 500 gram pressure. We have measured the deformation distance in millimeters.
What is the probe you used? Probe for the firmness? The probe size? The probe size?
The probe size was actually,
because it's specified for different crops. So if you are not using the specific probe size, so the result is wrong. That's why I'm asking that question. Okay, you don't have idea, ne? Okay, thank you very much. So then we can go for other.
Thank you, sir.
He has some idea. I didn't question to ask from.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prabhash. One clarification: this kind of chewing candy or something, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a pure product, or you have add some additives to extend the shelf life or improve that the nutrient content or something?
No, sir. This is actually nothing, no preservatives other than sugar preservation, actually. The diced fruit has to go under sugar preservation method. That's how the water inside the can fruit is coming out, and with that condition, that's the preservative method, sir.
Okay, did you check that the shelf life of the product? Oh, still.
No, sir. No, sir. That is, I think, can be recommended for further studies, sir.
Okay, Principal, thank you.
So any question from the audience? Okay, if there are no questions, we can wind up the presentation. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we can move for the next presentation. That next presentation title is Structural Changes in Food Drying During Drying, Implication for Rehydration Characteristics. The presenter is W. Senadira.
The title of the research study is Structural Changes of Food Materials During Drying and Their Implication for Rehydration Characteristics. This is the overview of the presentation. Plant-based food are composed of interconnected cells that contain approximately 90 to 95% water. Because of this high water content, drying significantly alters the cellular structure of food tissues. Although rehydration is commonly used in restored dried food, it is often unable to completely reverse the damage caused during dehydration. Previous studies have focused mainly on drying and rehydration kinetics, while limited attention has been given to linking cellular level structural damage with moisture recovery behavior. Therefore, understanding this relationship is important for improving drying technologies and maintaining food quality. The main objectives of this study were: first, to investigate drying and rehydration behavior in pumpkin and potato tissues; second, to evaluate whether moisture lost during drying can be fully recovered; third, to examine the influence of drying temperature on moisture recovery; and finally, to correlate microscopic structural changes observed through SEM imaging with rehydration performance. Let's move to the materials and methods. Pumpkin and potato were used as model food materials. Pumpkins were washed, peeled and cut into cylindrical slabs with a 30 mm diagram and 60 mm thickness. Potato were washed, peeled and cut into 1 cm by 1 cm by 60 mm cubes. Pumpkin samples were drying using a convective dryer at temperatures of 55, 60, 65 and 70 degrees Celsius, while potato samples were dried at 70 degrees Celsius. Drying continued until moisture content reached below 5%. For rehydration experiments, dried samples were immersed in distilled water at 25 degrees Celsius for up to 5 hours. To evaluate structural changes, scanning electron microscopy or SEM was performed on fresh, dried and rehydrated potato tissues at different magnifications. The drying kinetics, rehydration kinetics and structural observations were then analyzed together. The results clearly showed that none of the pumpkin samples regained their original moisture content after rehydration. This confirms that rehydration is not simply the reverse of dehydration. Furthermore, moisture recoverability decreased as drying temperatures increased from 55 to 70 degrees Celsius. Higher temperatures caused greater thermal stress and structural damage, reducing the ability of tissue to absorb water. These findings indicate that drying temperature plays a critical role in determining the quality of the final dried product. SEM images provided visual evidence of structural changes. Fresh potato tissues showed intact cells with clear cellular organization. After drying, the cells become shrunken and distorted due to water loss and the reduction of turgor pressure. Following rehydration, the tissues did not return to its original state. Instead, The cells appeared more compacted and closed, restricting water penetration. These observations demonstrate that drying causes irreversible microstructural damages that limits the subsequent moisture recovery. Combining kinetic data with SEM observations revealed a direct relationship between cellular damage and rehydration behavior. As drying caused cell shrinkages and collapse, the water holding capacity of the tissue decreased. The damage also altered moisture transport pathways, making water absorption less effective. Therefore, the reduced rehydration capacity observed at higher temperatures can be directly attributed to microstructural deteriorations. In conclusion, drying causes irreversible structural changes in food tissues. Cellular shrinkage and collapse are the primary reasons for reduced moisture recovery during rehydration. Higher drying temperatures result in greater structural damage, lower rehydration capacity, and reduced product quality. The study also demonstrates that SEM imaging combined with drying rehydration analysis is an effective approach for evaluating drying-induced damage in food materials. These are the key references used. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. So now the presentation for open for the discussion. So initiation of the discussion. So I have one question. So it's indicate in this research so that drying temperature is it's affected for the rehydration. I mean that once it use the higher temperature, the rehydration it can't be take in proper way. So what about that if you drying, it's a vacuum drying. So then what is the rehydration characteristics? It can be if we can get similar structure as before the rehydration.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you properly.
Yeah. What happened was this study was I can tell you the answer for your question. We didn't do it. Basically, we didn't do it because the study is based on what is happening during drying and rehydration of the material. The intention was, practical intention was, if you have a material, you make it dry and put in a packet, and if you eat back, whether we get the same quality and same quality as the initial material when we are eating. That is the thing. Then other idea is we need to develop the kinetics, the rehydration and drying kinetics in mathematical forms, and what will happen. That's the thing. That is the only idea. The Champati's question, we didn't do it vacuum thing. No.
I understand that answer, but my actually I just want to just know, sir, that if you use what you call that vacuum drying or something with the low temperature, so then can we get the final product as like after rehydration?
Yes, there is a possibility because vacuum helps to extract the moisture.
Okay.
Extract the moisture, but only thing is the surface moisture can be extracted, but inside moisture come to the surface and evaporate. It need mechanism. Most accepted mechanism is diffusion. The diffusion happening without respect of the other vacuum or whatever parameters.
Okay.
Drying, it does not depend on drying method. The way I know.
Okay.
But if you want to have because we have this is the part of the basic idea of the thing, but we develop it further and do the mathematical modeling and publish papers. There's a paper in Soft Matter. It is a high-class journal. That means otherwise, the physical impact of anything on the food with the microstat can be extended to that level. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further question? Okay, if there are no further questions, so we can wind up the Q&A sessions. And thank you very much for this presentation. So then I think we completed all the research papers planning to schedules in these sessions. So then we have, I think, around 9 research papers out of that related to the post-harvest and food processing. So that out of that all papers, it has some significant research findings it observed, except there are 2 papers is literature review, so that other all papers has some significant findings. I'm 100% sure those findings is benefited for the especially in the post-harvest and food sector, for the development of both sectors in not only in Sri Lanka, as well as in globally. Thank you very much. So then we can wind up the session. Yes.
Advancement in food processing and post-harvest technologies. First, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our session chair, Professor DMCC Gunatilaka. Sir, your presence and insights added great value to this session. I also wish to express my gratitude to our panel members, Dr. Rumesh Liyanage and Mr. Hasanaka Rohanadira, for your valuable contribution and time. A special thank you to all the presenters for sharing your research and enriching the discussion. Thank you once again. We will now begin our next session on agri-economics, entrepreneurship, and extension for agriculture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I warmly welcome you all to the second technical session on Agroeconomics, Entrepreneurship and Extension for Agriculture of the International Symposium on Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences 2026. It is my privilege and honor to introduce the session chair, Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Export Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uva Wellassa University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Dharmadasa is an esteemed academic with extensive expertise and experience in the field of agricultural economics, and we are delighted to have him chair this session. I also warmly welcome our panel members, Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana, Department of Agrotechnology, UCIARS, and Ms. K.G. Katape Department of Agrotechnology, UCIARS. I now respectfully invite Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa to chair this session and to take it forward. The session is over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss. I think I'm audible to everyone. So once again, good afternoon to everyone, and I welcome you to the session on agriculture economics, entrepreneurship, and extension for agriculture. So we have two panel members, as the announcer mentioned. So one is Miss Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana, and the other one is Mrs. K.G. Katape. So I would like to welcome you two also to this session once again. And this is how the session goes. So normally the presentation will have 8 to 10 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A session. Right, so we need to stick to the time, otherwise it will extend much. So I would like to request our panel members to stick to the time, and we'll continue like that. So with that introduction, so I would like to start the session. So first presentation is on factors influencing paddy farmers' attitudes towards crop insurance in Kantale DS division. And the presentation will be done by Miss V. Tevasena. Over to you, Miss.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Devasena Vijaykumar. Today, I would like to present our study titled Factors Influencing Paddy Farmers' Attitudes Toward Crop Insurance in Kantale DS Division. Let's move into our presentation. So, these are our table of contents. Let's start with the introduction. Paddy cultivation plays a vital role in ensuring food security and sustaining rural livelihoods in Sri Lanka, where a large population of smallholder farmers rely on rice farming as their primary source of income. But paddy production is highly vulnerable to climatic risk like floods, droughts, as well as pest infestation and yield variability, which have been widely reported as significant threats to farm income stability in previous studies also. So, in this context, crop insurance has emerged as an important risk management instrument aiming to reduce production uncertainty and enhance the resilience of paddy farming households. Thereby, understanding the socio-economic characteristics of paddy farmers, patterns of yield variability, and exposure to production risk is essential for assessing the relevance and effectiveness of crop insurance interventions. Even though some previous studies are available, those are limited. In particularly, the relationship between the farmer characteristics and engagement with crop insurance has not been sufficiently examined using farm level data. Our main objective is to examine the influence of socio-economic factors on farmers' attitudes toward crop insurance in Kantali division. Additional to this, we have some sub-objectives as well. That is to analyze the socio-economic characteristics of paddy farmers, to examine farm gate price variations, and also to identify the production risk faced by the paddy farmer. Let's dive into the research methodology. So this is our study area, that Kantale DS division, which is under the Trincomalee district, one of the key paddy cultivating areas in this region. This Kantale DS division consists of 23 GN divisions. Among them, 5 GN divisions were selected with the high extent of paddy cultivation. Here, a simple random sampling method was used to select 100 paddy farmers, and you can see the sampling frame of these paddy farmers in the Kandale DS division. For this study, primary and secondary data were collected. For the primary data collection, structured pre-tested questionnaire was used to collect the relevant information through the personal interviews. For the secondary data collection, some of the publications like from Agriculture Department and annual statistical reports and some other resources were used. Additional to this, the sampling frame also was developed by the secondary data, which was collected from the Agrarian Service Center in the Kantale DS division. The collected data were analyzed by using SPSS version 27. Descriptive statistics and the relational analysis were done under the data analysis. So the farmer characteristics, that farm gate variations and production risk, all are calculated under the descriptive statistics, and multiple linear regression was done under the relational analysis. Let's move to the results and discussion portion. So here, majority of the farmers were male, and it's nearly 98%, and nearly 97% of the farmers were married, and nearly 47% of the people having fall into the age category of 41 to 50, and their average age is 47 years. And when we think about their farming experience, it is nearly 29 years of experience. So here, surprisingly, 47% of the farmers fell under the secondary education category, and the average education level is 10 years of schooling. When we see about the farm gate price variations, it is varied by the cultivation seasons. Higher prices were observed during the yellow season compared to the Maha season, and we can see the prices in the Maha season and the yellow seasons in these slides. So these are the type of risk faced by the paddy farmers during the cultivation. So among the identified risks, pest attack was reported as the higher percentage of farmers. Next, we will see about the relational analysis. We can see the dependent variables and independent variables here. So the results indicate the education level and farming experience have a positive and statistically significant influence on farmers' attitudes towards the crop insurance, while in contrast to this, age, income from cultivation, and family size were not significant predictors. And also, the model explains approximately 68.2% of the variation of farmer attitudes. Here, the major conclusions, including the socioeconomic characteristics of farmers, farm gate price variations, and the relational analysis was listed. Additional to this, in the recommendation portion, we can recommend the awareness programs and insurance schemes should be designed according to the farmer characteristics and prevailing cultivation risks. These are some of the references used for the study. With that, I'm concluding my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. Now the presentation is open for discussions. Yeah, Dr. Srivardhana, go ahead with your.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your research finding with us. It was really informative. So I would like to ask, how do the socioeconomic factors, production risk, and also in the seasonal price fluctuation influence smallholder paddy farmers' attitude towards crop insurance? Why you in here highlighted the smallholder for the crop insurance than the large scale? Thank you.
Okay, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so here I want to highlight why the smallholder farmers is because the crop insurance mainly focus about the vulnerability of risk that rather than that commercial scale farmers like in a big scale, that's only the smallholder farmers facing a majority of the risk as they didn't aware of the crop insurance and almost all the times they are facing the losses during the climate hazards or any other things like pest and diseases like that. So since it's related to their livelihood options, like uh, it's mainly main income for their that sustainability, or if they are if they face any risk and if they face any crop loss means at the next seasons most of the time they won't continue it. But when we compare with the big scale farmers like that, somehow they will manage the risk and all those things. So that's why I want to focus this risk mainly for the smallholder farmers whom they are doing their paddy cultivations in this particular area.
Okay, Ms. Devasena, I would like to have this is for my clarification. So, what when you are going through this study, so what are the different crop insurance programs you have find and farmers aware up to now? What are they available and for the which type of crops, especially it is available in Sri Lanka? Do you have any
Okay,
idea?
so yeah, for the when we think about the types of crops, it's mostly in Sri Lanka since the paddy is the staple food. So paddy is one of the main crop in the crop insurance schemes in under the government of Sri Lanka, as well as that some of the chili, onion, and maize crops. That also insured. And when we think about the systems that government schemes are available, and in the private source, that Selingo is giving some crop insurance, and also that SGIC, that Sanasa General Insurance Company, also they are giving that crop insurance. So we are just testing that whether they aware of these sources and from whether they got those awareness from these extension agents or something like that. We did this research.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Devasena.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I also have got a small question now. Now you have taken a simple random sample. Now, can you just explain how did you get it?
So simple random sampling that I went to that agrarian service center in the Kantale district. So from that I got the farmers list who are engaging in that paddy cultivation based on those seasons. Then from that I just that in that Excel sheet I put all those things and I
Okay,
selected
okay, right. Thank you. I understood.
okay.
Okay, so
Okay,
then,
okay.
yeah, one more question now. If I ask you, what is new in this study? How do you answer that question? What is new, or simply what is the originality of this study?
So at the present
So
situations, I will
I
tell.
ask this question because I can argue that there can be very many studies related to this area, right?
Yeah.
So if you compare with the other studies, right? What is the gap you
Okay.
identify and how you address that gap?
Yeah, mostly what I highlight here is that that relationship between the socio-economic characters and that attitudes towards the insurance. There are so many studies available related to the crop insurance, but there's a gap. They didn't focus much about their farmer attitude. So here I want to highlight that portion that how the farmer characteristics, including their education or the experience directly related to the adoption of awareness of these crop insurance schemes like that. That's the gap I found here.
Okay, anyway, this crop insurance system, are they or is this successful?
No, not completely, because
Okay, then
Since
if it is not
now
successful,
also,
yeah, if it is
yeah,
not successful, then farmers do not have any trust on this, right?
yeah, they don't have their
Okay.
trust completely. So we want to give much
The
extension
negative attitudes
services or
will
schemes
be there,
like
right?
that.
Negative attitudes then,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, negative attitudes are there. Yeah,
Yeah. So, okay. Anyway, thank you, and we'll move on to the next presentation there.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So then, next presentation is on exploring the ICT capability among extension officers of Western Province, Sri Lanka. And the presentation will be done by Miss R.A.N.D. Amarasinghe. Over to you, Miss.
Hello, I'm Navin Sethi from University of Perak. Today I will be presenting our research on exploring the ICT capability of agricultural extension officers Western Province in Kerala. So, in Sri Lanka's extension system runs on a 1 to 500 officer to farmer ratio, making the traditional outreach nearly impossible. Digital tools exist, but officers show widely varying capability in using them. There are literature on ICT benefits in agriculture, yet it lacks empirical evidence on what extension officers can actually do with these tools. So that's a gap we address. We combine two theories, UT-AUT, which explain why officers intend to use ICTs, and self-capability approach explain what officers can actually do with these tools. So our objectives were to develop a measurement scale, explain the current capability levels, identify the what drives capability, and uncover the barriers officers face. So this is our conceptual framework based on UT-AUT module. And for the methodology, we had surveyed a complete population of 106 instructors, getting 85 valid responses with 80% of response rate. We also ran a focus group discussion and 7 key informing discussions. And for the analysis, we include fact analysis to validate our scale, and K means clustering with ANOVA for capability, identify the capability groups, and multiple linear regression for effective factors, and thematic analysis for qualitative data. So this is we have developed a validated scale. We have developed and validated an 11 items scale with 3 levels, which is passive, where the officers observe but don't actually use tools. Active, where they use digital tools to respond to farmers and share information. And transformative is the highest level, where they train colleagues and the farmers on digital tools. This scale validated with contact alpha 0.2862. And when it comes to the capability levels, clustering revealed that 55% of officers were at the active level, which means operationally competent but limited in transformative roles. 29% of passive, and only 18% reached the transformative level. So when it comes to digital extension tools they use, communication tools like WhatsApp, Facebook were dominated, and specialized advisory tool apps like going through Kೃಷಿ advisor apps remain underutilized. When we are talking about the factors affecting ICT capability, the strongest predictor was expectancy. It also moderate with age, which means young officers are converted high expectancy into capability, yet the old officers do not. And the social influence and the facilitating conditions also significant factors, effective factors, while the behavioral intention shows no significant effect and no mediation. So this These are the key barriers that we have identified through the focus group discussions. First one is financial and resource constraints. Second one is the infrastructure gaps and the administration workload burden. And the final one is communication insufficiencies. So, in conclusion, the capability driven the mostly by the expectancy with age as a key moderator. Most officers are operationally capable, but when we come to hit the ceiling before reaching the transformative roles, and structural barriers like financial, infrastructure, administrative, and communicative must be resolved first before we are developing ICT capabilities. So extension officers are the key intermediaries in agricultural systems. So they require strong operational foundation to effectively facilitate their technology adoption at the farmer level. So this is end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Okay, now the presentation is open for question and answers. Yeah, Ms. Katapiarachi, you can start. We can't hear you. Still, we can't hear you. Right, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me, sir, now?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, okay. So what is the general idea of the ICT level among the extension officers in Western Province, Sri Lanka? The general, I mean that. Is it in good level?
When we are considered, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
When we are considering the Western Province, what I observe is about 55%. According to the capability levels, I identify that 55% of them are in the active level. Active level means they are able, they have ability to do the day-to-day task within the with use of digital tools. So I think extension officers have ability. I mean the general idea. They have ability to conduct and improve their sales, but there are some restraining factors. So if we can adjust these, develop these restraining factors, we can, I think, improve their capability levels further also.
Right, thank you. And one more thing, that what are the factors you have considered under the UTA-UT model theory?
It is expectancy, the social influence, and facilitating conditions. These are the three factors. Under expectancy, it is performance expectancy and effort expectancy combined together. And social influence means the peer influence or superior influence, that kind of influence that the social pressure kind of thing. And facilitating conditions is mainly the infrastructure and support access that they have the extension officers.
Again, we didn't hear what Dr. Sirivadana said.
Sir, can you hear me now, sir?
Okay, now
No,
right.
I was asking what are the factors she has considered under the UTA.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So, Ms. Katapiarachi, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Right. So I have a few clarification to be. Okay. First one is you did use a questionnaire, right? Did you use a
Yes, sir.
question? You use.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. How reliable is the questionnaire?
It was a
How did you
questionnaire.
check the reliability of your questionnaire? And you
I
have used a lot
used
of qualitative data, right? Not quantitative data.
uh,
Qualitative data. Am I correct?
no, quantitative data we
What
use.
quantitative data?
For the questionnaire, for the quantitative analysis, I use the questionnaire.
Yeah, what are
And
the did you use Likert scale?
yes, sir.
That's what I asked you. If you use Likert scale, did you check the reliability of your questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
How
In
did you
my
check it?
question,
How did you check it?
the Hornbeck alpha,
Okay. What are the values?
it was 0.862 for the scale.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Then now you are one of the major findings is that expectancy, right? So you said that
Yes.
expectancy was the strongest predictor of capability. What do you mean by that?
Uh,
What do you mean by this expectancy and what do you mean by this capability?
Capability means the no, what
Yeah,
level.
I didn't get any idea when I just went through this statement. I couldn't get what you wanted to say there. That's why I asked.
That basically expectance uh, when we are talking about the ICT capability, it means what is the level that a person can achieve by functioning a digital tool. So expectancy means that extension officers, how much the extension officers expect that they can improve their ICT capability. So
So that means everybody says that they want to improve the ICT capability. That's what it is, right? Simply. Huh?
they expect to,
Yeah.
they expect.
Whatever the case is, that is the idea in this, right?
Yes.
Okay, one simple question. Unreliable internet. Where is unreliable internet in Sri Lanka?
Even in the Western province, basically, mainly I get to know that in Kalutara district, some GN divisions, there even the now extension officers are field workers. So when they are go to the field, the internet connection is very, it's not
That
reliable
means 4G is
actually.
not available, right? Simply.
Yes,
Ah,
even in the some extent provincial officers of officers also.
okay, right. Thank you. One small question. What are the ICT tools that you consider here?
ICT tools I have considered is mainly the communication tools like Facebook, WhatsApp, and
Is that an
also
ICT tool? Facebook,
uh,
social
I
media, and is that an
it's a
ICT tool? That's
no, I use digital extension tools.
what are they?
They are the 1920 hotline, also one digital extension tool, and the communication tools like WhatsApp, uh, Facebook, and department website, and the other specifically advisory apps like Krushi Advisor, Govimuturu, like advisory apps, and also actually staff is another
Yeah, you see that
app.
these like advisor or these kind of things have been developed by some other person, somebody, right? But not the
Uh,
extension office. That is not related to extension officers, right?
uh, Yes, but when I'm conducting this research, initially I did some
Right, okay, right. Thank you very
research.
much, Mr. Thank you very much. And my advice is that you need to understand the context properly, right? So otherwise you will fall into trouble when you ask answering question, right? Okay, thank you. So
Thanks.
yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the next presentation that is on smart technology adoption, integration and performance outcomes in small and medium scale enterprises in Sri Lanka. A systematic literature review. And that will be done by Miss W.P. Madhu Shani. Over to you, Madhu Shani.
Welcome you all to the presentation. Today I am going to present my study titled Smart Technology Adoption, Integration and Performance Outcome in Small and Medium Scale Enterprises in Sri Lanka, a systematic literature review. My presentation covers the introduction, problem statement, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and final references. SMEs are major drivers of economic growth, innovation and employment generation worldwide. Globally, they account for over 9% of businesses and around 70% of employment opportunities. In Sri Lanka, SMEs represent more than 75% of businesses and contribute over 52% to the national economy. Despite their importance, many SMEs face challenges that affect their productivity and competitiveness. Smart technologies offer potential solutions to overcome these challenges. Businesses are increasingly adopting advanced technologies such as cloud computing, digital platforms, and automation tools to improve efficiency. However, many SMEs in developing countries, including Sri Lanka, have not fully realized the expected benefit from digital transformation. Limited access to information systems, technical barriers, and resource constraints continue to restrict business growth. Therefore, this review examines the adoption of smart technologies, their integration, performance outcomes, and challenges faced by Sri Lankan SMEs. This study has three main objectives. First one is to identify the smart technologies adopted by Sri Lankan SMEs. Second one, to examine the drivers and barriers influencing technology adoption and integration. Third one is to evaluate the impact of smart technology utilization on enterprise performance. For this review, a systematic literature review approach was used. Relevant articles were collected from databases including Google Scholar, Scopus, Springer, and ScienceDirect, using keywords related to SMEs, digital transformation, ICT adoption, enterprise performance, and Industry 4.0. Initially, 46 studies were identified, and after screening, 26 relevant studies were selected for detailed review. Here are the major findings of our review. This study shows that information technology helps SMEs improve business operations and competitiveness. Government support and proper technology adoption are important for success. Agro-based SMEs are innovative in product, technology and marketing. However, financial limitations, lack of technical knowledge and weak institutional support hinder their growth. Many SMEs still use basic tools such as email and accounting software. Financial constraints prevent them from adopting advanced systems. Digital transformation improves business performance, customer engagement, and market reach. However, it-related challenges limit e-commerce adoption. The use of computers, online platforms, and CCTV systems improve inventory management and overall organizational performance. Finally, reliable internet access and customer demand for online service encourage technology adoption. E-commerce helps SMEs reduce costs and expand market opportunities. In conclusion, Sri Lankan SMEs are increasingly adopting smart technologies such as digital platforms and automation tools to improve operational efficiency and competitiveness. Adoption is driven by external factors such as market competition, customer expectation, and government support, as well as internal needs like businesses expansion and efficiency improvement. Key barriers to adoption include financial constraint, lack of technical skills, inadequate infrastructure, and organizational resistance to change. Smart technology utilization has a positive impact on enterprise performance by improving productivity, decision making, and market responsiveness. These are the references used in this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. And now let's have the discussion. So over to you, Mr. Katapaya, Ms. Katapayarachi and Dr. Sirivardhana.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Madhushani, for nice presentation. So I would like to know what are the main barriers in the smart technology adoptions?
you hide as you identified. Am I audible,
Am I audible?
audible, sir?
Yes, madam. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
According to my abstract, I identify the main barrier is financial barriers. Then other one is limited technical expertise and inadequate infrastructure, and also organizational resistance to change. Finally, cybersecurity concerns.
Okay, why you especially concerned about the small and medium scale enterprise?
Because small and medium scale enterprises uh, uh, adapt is adapt less adapt in smart technology compare the large scale enterprises.
Okay, thank you. So that is all from my side, sir.
Okay, actually, I don't have anything to ask, Doctor. You can ask.
Okay,
Thank you.
right. So yeah, it's as you said, it's a nice presentation, and you have done something important. But anyway, I have a few questions. First one is you have used the Prisma methodology. So what criteria that you adopted? I mean, inclusion and exclusion criteria that you adopted in selecting the papers.
Prisma is a standardized methodology used to identify screen and select and analyze literature systematically and transparently.
Yeah, what are the criteria that you have used there? I use that you remove some papers, then you
Yeah.
some papers.
I first select 46 articles related to these topics, and after
Based
this,
on what is the criteria that you use to find, I mean, select these papers?
In the topic based, then what are the smart technologies in available in Sri Lanka, and how the SMEs adapting.
Right. Okay. Then next thing is that I noted in your presentation that you have not cited your papers correctly. Right now, you have done a literature review. So then, when you cite the papers, you must cite them properly. And on the other hand, as I noted in your list of references, also, I think there are different styles, right? So this is a literature review. You have done a literature review. So in that case, I think it is better if you put them in the correct manner, right? So I saw
Okay,
that
sir.
in some
Thank you, sir.
places that you have put and after the first, after the, before the last author. In some places you have not put and, right? That is one simple thing, right? So, you have
Okay,
done.
sorry, sir. It is my
Yeah,
first
it's all right.
literature
You
review.
can, yeah, normally we make mistakes that this is a learning platform. So I think you also can, you started your career. So in that case, better to correct them well, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Then. We'll move to the next presentation. So the next presentation is on price behavior of selected vegetables and fruits, evidence from Paleogoda New Manning Market. And the presentation is done by Miss DMKIM Vincent. Over to you, Miss.
Hello everyone, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I am Vincent. Today I will present my research on price behavior of selected vegetables and fruits, evidence from Paleogoda New Manning Market. Content. This presentation includes the introduction to references. Introduction. This study examines price changes of vegetables and fruits at Paleogoda New Manning Market. So I selected 5 vegetables and 3 fruits for that. Problem and justification. frequent price fluctuations affect farmers, traders, and consumers. Therefore, identifying the reasons for price changes is important. Objectives. The main objective is to identify factors influencing price fluctuations in vegetables and fruit at many market. And there are 4 specific objectives. Methodology. This study used primary and secondary data from 2015 to 2024. Data were collected from 212 wholesale traders and analyzed using Microsoft Excel and SPSS software. Analysis method. Price index, regression, correlation and market margin analysis were used in this study. Research framework. According to my research, this framework shows the main factors affecting price fluctuations such as seasonality, demand shift, weather conditions and transport cost. Now let's move to the result and discussion part. According to my questionnaire details, slide 9 and 10 showing socio-economic characters of traders. Most traders were male and had many years of experience in wholesale trading. Price index analysis. According to this objective, I analyzed the seasonal price changes of selected vegetables. The result shows that tomato prices had high seasonal fluctuations while carrot and brinjal price remained relatively stable throughout the period. According to the same objective, I analyzed seasonal price changes of selected fruits. Pineapple prices showed the highest fluctuations while papaya and ample banana prices were comparatively stable. This shows that seasonality strongly affects some products more than others. Reliability analysis. Before conducting the regression analysis, reliability analysis was carried out. All variables recorded COMBAX alpha values above 0.9. Regression analysis. To achieve this objective, regression analysis was used to identify the impact of seasonality, weather conditions, demand shift and transport cost on price fluctuations. The result shows that all factors had a positive and significant effect on prices. Therefore, the hypotheses were accepted. Correlation analysis. To analyze the impact of rainfall on vegetables and fruit prices, correlation analysis was conducted. The results also showed weak relationships indicating that rainfall did not significantly affect vegetables and fruit price fluctuations. Market margin analysis. To achieve the final objective, market margin analysis was conducted using producer prices, wholesale prices and retail prices. This analysis helped identify the price distribution within the market chain. The result shows that retailers received the highest share of the final consumer price while producers received the lowest share. The study finds that market factors had a greater influence on prices than rainfall. In conclusion, seasonality, demand shift, weather conditions and transport costs strongly affected price behavior at the Paliagodu Marine market. Recommendations. Farmers should plan production by season, traders should improve transport coordination and policymakers should support price stabilization. These are the references used for this study. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. Now let's go to the discussion. So it you, Ms. Dr. Sirivardhan and Ms. Katapiyaraj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vincent, for your nice presentation. So I would like to know, did you consider all the fruit and vegetables selling in the Manin market, or you have especially select some fruits and vegetables for your study?
Yes, madam. I selected day-to-day change prices frequently. Those are 8 commodities are selected.
What are the fruits and what are the vegetables you have selected?
Fruits are pineapple, banana, papaya. Vegetables are bean, green chili, brinjal, tomato, and uh,
Tomato, carrot, like that, as you mentioned in the abstract, you have selected only these selected the mentioned types, no?
yes, ma'am.
So I would like to know, now you have identified the price behavior. So what is the practical application of your findings? How you can practically apply these findings?
Price. Paliagoda Marine Market is the largest wholesale market in Sri Lanka. Their fruits and vegetable prices are changing frequently, madam. Normally can get idea about price behavior. The patterns of price changes over time. That vegetables and fruits.
Will be the beneficiaries when from these findings?
Findings are demand shift, seasonality, weather conditions, and transport cost are significantly affect prices, while rainfall are not does not significant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. That is all from our side, sir.
Okay, Miss. Now, I will argue like this. There's nothing new in this study. So how do you answer that question? I will just argue like this, right? I feel that or everything is already known facts, right? So if I argue like that, what is your answer for that?
Uh, I can't clear, sir.
No, I mean this is what I say, right? What you have done is already known by the people,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
If I say like that, what is your
Yes.
response for that?
Yes, sir. I use questionnaire, but get all information for my research, and I got idea about that.
Yeah, okay, that's not what I asked actually speaking now. Okay, then next thing is that price. You were talking about price fluctuation, right? And then again you talk about price behavior. Again you talk about price change. Three things alternatively. Which is what is that you have concentrated on among these three anyway?
Uh, it's all means price changes.
Same.
Yes.
You mean
Yes,
all
sir.
these things, price behavior, price change, and price fluctuation, everything is the same, right? Okay,
Same.
then
Yes.
your first hypothesis is seasonality affect price fluctuation. So it is, everybody knows this. Then how could it be your first hypothesis in that case?
Seasonality is significantly affect for the price fluctuations, sir.
Yeah, that is
It is
everybody knows that. Yeah, everybody knows that. I know, even I don't want to do a research. What do you
yes, sir.
think?
It is proved using price index analysis, sir.
Yeah, what is price index that you have used here? What is the price index? What is the definition of price index?
Uh, Price index mean a measure used to compare price changes over time.
How did you calculate it?
It is calculate vegetable or fruits index monthly price average divided into average price of 5 years multiplied by
Okay, right.
100.
Right, thank you. Right, then one last question, that is, you say that rainfall does not affect price fluctuation, but in your conclusion, you say that weather condition affect the price fluctuation. Then
Yes, sir.
rainfall is not a weather factor?
Yes, sir. Weather factor.
Then,
But weather condition measured traders' perceptions about overall weather impacts, while
yeah, but anyway, the findings
correlation
are controversial,
analysis.
you see. findings are controversial anyway. You say rainfall does not affect, but weather condition affect. So that is controversial.
Weather, yes, sir. Weather conditions got used in questionnaire details and
Whatever the case is, means,
rainfall
there must.
on.
Yeah, I don't need, we don't, you don't need to continue, I mean, the discussion further, I think. So, but anyway, my advice is that, there you have to, it is better to maintain the consistency when you do it. And you must have a clear understanding of what you are doing. So otherwise, you will fall into troubles right? On the other hand, I got this question also, you don't need to answer anyway. How did you get the simple random sample? Right? I'm not sure you can get a simple random sample there, right? So that also you need to clarify when you publish your paper somewhere else as a full paper or in a journal, right? You may have to consider all these things. So you should know all these things, right? And you have to show the originality. Okay? So that is
I got
okay. You want to say
I
something?
got simple I got simple random sampling methods. Their valuable marine market traders population is 450 traders. But I measure using Solvay's formula. I got it 212 sample size.
Okay, did you have a list of them? Did you have a list of the
Uh,
traders?
Yes, sir. I got to they listed their all names and their shop number and I got
Okay, then
listed.
that's all right. Then you have done it well in that case. Sampling, it's all right. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss. Anyway, so let's move to the next presentation with that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So yeah, next presentation is on farmers' perception and willingness to adopt natural farming practices in Moronthudua, Kalutar district, Sri Lanka, and that the presentation is done by Miss SMSD Nelugal. Over to you, Miss.
Good morning, respected panel and the participants. It's my pleasure to present our study, Farmers' Perception and Willingness to Adopt Natural Farming Practices in Morontudu, Kaltura district. I'm Sajani Nelugala and I'm going to share the major findings with you. This is the outline of this presentation. The natural farming is a low input sustainable farming method that avoids synthetic chemicals and promotes ecological balance. The modern agriculture heavily depends on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which have caused soil degradation, soil water contamination, biodiversity losses, climate change contribution, human and animal health problems. This study primarily examines the attitudes of Sri Lankan farmers toward natural farming, with a particular focus on their current adoption levels and willingness to transition to such practices. And also, it aims to lay the foundation for the initial step necessary to establish natural farming framework in Sri Lanka. And this is the objective of the study, to analyze the factors influencing the adoption of natural farming in Morottudu, Sri Lanka. And this is the conceptual framework. It consists with 6 major factors: perception, willingness, socioeconomic factors, knowledge, environmental factors, barriers. If we move to the next slide, this is the hypothesis for the adoption of natural farming. This hypothesis formulated with above mentioned 6 factors. Under the methodology, we selected the Morontudu as our research location. From 246 farmer population, we selected 150 sample of farmers by using simple random sampling. Under the measures, the questionnaire consists with 9 sections. Other than the demographic factors, 32 indicators were used to evaluate these factors. And these are the variables and measurements. If we talk about the data collection and analysis, the primary data were collected through face-to-face interviews using a structured questionnaire survey. Collected data were analyzed by correlation analysis of variance using SPSS 26 version. That reliability analysis was conducted to ensure internal consistency and reliability of measures. Correlation was used to understand the association between influencing factors for natural farming adoption. Analyzed data were presented using tables and charts. Under the results and discussion, in here you can see the demographic analysis. First, age distribution of survey response. Most response belongs to the 46 to 60 age category. In figure number 2, gender distribution, the majority of respondents were female farmers. And in here, 44% of respondents were doing farming as their occupation. And here, most farmers are using both agrochemicals, organic inputs for their farming practices. 83.3% highest percentage was observed in less than 1 acre of land availability. And this is the reliability analysis and descriptive statistics for the selected variables. All variables show acceptable internal consistency. Perception has the highest reliability. And this is the model testing. In here, R value was 0.954, indicates a very strong positive relationship between the independent variables and the dependent variable. R scale value was 0.91. The model explains 91% of variation in the adaptation. Overall, it is showing a good model fit. And this is the correlation analysis. By using p-values, you can clearly identify the results of correlation of each and every independent variable on the adaptation. Now you can see the results of hypothesis testing very clearly. In here, perception, socioeconomic factors, knowledge, and barriers are supported to adaptation to natural farming, but willingness and the environmental factors are not supported adaptation to natural farming. Now let's see the conclusion. The study revealed that the adoption of natural farming among farmers is strongly influenced by perception and socioeconomic factors, while knowledge and barriers also play a significant role in adoption. Although farmers may express willingness to adopt natural farming, this factor alone does not significantly predict adoption, highlighting the critical influence of practical constraints and resource availability. That environmental factors in the study context were not influenced for adoption, suggesting that uniform macroclimatic conditions may not differentiate adoption patterns. These are some recommendations. Raise awareness of environmental and health benefits, encourage adoption through field demonstrations and success stories, highlight limitations of chemical farming, provide continuous extension and technical support, develop inclusive local adapted policies for the all farmers. And these are the references. And thank you so much for your kind cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. And that's an interesting presentation, and you have done it well, I think. I must say that is an excellent presentation. So anyway, let's move on to the Q&A session. Over to you, Dr. Srivardhan.
Thank you, sir. And actually, it was a nice presentation, and thank you for sharing with us. So first of all, what do you mean by natural farming here?
Actually, so I like to say it's do nothing farming. And simply, if I say a sustainable path to healthy food, healthy soil, and healthy community.
Okay, I got it. And then why does intention behavior gap persist despite the positive willingness?
Sorry, sir, I can't
No, why this
understand.
intention behavior gap is exist or persist?
In the willingness, sir.
Why does intention and also the behavior gap is persist in the natural farming?
Sorry, sir.
So I can ask, the intention behavior gap happens. Why it is here?
Um,
And actually that the intention is there, but when come to as an behavior, it was not happen exactly
yeah,
in the
yeah,
natural
sir.
farming, right?
Yeah.
Although that concern is there, I'm asking, can you tell me some reason why it is there?
I think, sir, if you can remember that chemical banded era, because of that reason, farmers are scared to move forward to the organic or natural uh, farming. So that's the main point I got. Uh, and they're scared to willingness to adapt natural farming because of that.
Okay, thank you, miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And no comment from our side, doctor.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's a good presentation. Anyway, I have some questions for you.
Yes.
So, when you say natural farming, is there something called as artificial farming then?
No, sir.
Then why do you say
Such
natural farming? Everything is natural, huh?
yeah, everything is natural.
Why do you
Just
say, specifically, why do you say natural farming?
uh, basically all the activities and all the practicals go through the natural.
Why did they use organic farming instead?
Actually, in organic farming, um, human integrated with that organic, but natural minimum human integrated. It's naturally grown plants. All the methods and all the things used, minimum tillage, and all are going on naturally. Example, Candian garden. Like
Yeah, it's
yeah,
it's yeah, Candian garden. Yeah, that is a system of cultivation. It's not
yes,
cultivation. I mean, that's a system, right?
yeah,
Okay.
it's a system. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, now your topic says adoption and willingness, but
yeah.
your objectives is on only on adoption. Why is that?
Adoption is the dependent variable,
Hmm.
and yeah, other six factors are the independent. So I uh,
But anyway, you say that
check the relative.
adoption and willingness to adopt. That is what you said, right?
Uh, yeah, I want to, because this is a pilot program, sir.
Yeah.
So this is the first step. So that's why I check the willingness.
Okay. So on the other hand, willingness to now perception is positively significant, whereas
Yeah,
willingness is not significant. How could it be?
yeah. Uh, I think that
That's curious. I mean, I'm not sure about it. I mean, how could it be
uh,
possible
yeah, sir.
such an
That
outcome?
Yeah, they thought that the natural farming is very good. It is very helpful for our health and also the environmental. But willingness, they are not do any
Although they know
action.
that
They're
it
scared.
is one of the best things, but they don't adopt it, right?
Yeah,
That's what you say.
yeah.
Okay. Right, okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So then let's move to the next presentation that is on perceived effectiveness of agriculture extension services among sugarcane farmers in Monoragala district, Sri Lanka. And the presentation will be done by Mr. H.W.S. Prabhash. You can start your presentation, Prabhash.
Greetings everyone, I am Prabhash Vadugai and today I will present our study Perceived Effectiveness of Agricultural Extension Services among Sugarcane Farmers in Monraga District, Sri Lanka, co-authored with K.C. Kaushalya from the University of Colombo Institute for Agritechnology and Rural Sciences. This study re-evaluates how smallholders interact with technical advisory systems. The sugarcane industry is vital to our rural economy. Yet Sri Lanka still relies heavily on imports with local production meeting less than 10% of national sugar demand. While Monraga district yields the country's highest annual sugarcane volumes, national contributions remain stubbornly low despite active station programs. This points to a clear problem. Standard advisory models are not translating into field level adoption. Our study addresses this gap by isolating the contemporary economic, social, and digital barriers shaping farmer perceptions. Our primary objective was to evaluate 9 thematic socioeconomic and perceptual factors dictating extension effectiveness. Specifically, we analyzed the bivariate relationships between these factors and co-effectiveness metrics determined how demographic traits like age and experience differentiate farmer satisfaction and formulated actionable recommendations for system optimization. We deployed a cross-sectional quantitative survey in Monraga district, the nation's principal sugarcane hub. Lacking a centralized sampling frame, we utilized snowball sampling to gather data from 108 active smallholder farmers. We administered a 27-item structured Sinhala questionnaire across 9 thematic blocks using a 5-point Likert scale, including research-assisted protocols for 12 visually impaired participants. The instrument's internal reliability was confirmed with a Cronbach's alpha of 0.733, and data were analyzed via descriptive and inferential tests using SPSS version 25. The overall brand mean score was a moderate 2.83, but the extremes reveal our key findings. Informal peer-to-peer networks emerged as the strongest single enabler in the entire ecosystem, scoring moderate high of median of 3.26. Conversely, the economic baseline scored the absolute lowest at median of 2.41. Crucially, while farmer interest and access sit higher at median of 2.96, the restricted financial baseline acts as a severe structural barrier. This proves that latent farmer interest does not equal practical farm level adoption capacity. Bivariate correlations deepens this insight. Financial status showed zero correlation with extension interest, meaning resource-poor farmers are highly eager to learn. However, the economic baseline significantly correlated with realized effectiveness. Peer knowledge transfer fails if a farmer cannot afford to execute the advice. Furthermore, farmers showed a powerful preference for high-contact, time-intensive advisory interactions. In Mondragala, relational quality and officer trust drive credibility, directly changing belief, digital-only delivery formats. Digital literacy acts as a major catalyst, correlating positively with farmer interest, satisfaction, and modernization attitudes. However, we discovered a steep structural hurdle. Age is strongly and negatively correlated with digital literacy. The older farmer population, who manages a vast portion of our lands, are the least digitally equipped to benefit from ICT-mediated extension. Digital interventions must therefore target these older demographics with foundational training to avoid widening the digital divide. We also uncovered an experience paradox. Farmers' experience correlates negatively with extension service satisfaction, but positively with an appetite for modernization. Veteran farmers are not stubborn. They want modern technology but are highly critical of current extension quality because generic, low specificity training fails to match their advanced practical knowledge. This mathematically proves that uniform extension curricula fail both novice and expert cohorts simultaneously. Based on our findings, we recommend a three-pronged strategic overhaul. First, pair technical advice with economic enabling mechanisms like input subsidies or credit facilitation. Second, implement foundational digital literacy training tailored specifically for middle-aged and older farm populations to maximize app and ICT adoption. Third, formalize peer networks by institutionalizing farmer-to-farmer training schemes and WhatsApp community groups to amplify resources. In conclusion, optimizing sugarcane extension requires moving from an information pipeline to a relational ecosystem. Financial constraints are the primary bottleneck. Relationship depth determines credibility over speed, and informal networks hold massive untapped value. By evolving to an integrated model that unifies financial access, targeted ICT training, and community level social capital, we can empower smallholders to close the local production deficit. These are our references. Thank you, and I'm now open to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Now, let's move on to the Q&A session. So over to you, Dr. Sirivardhan and Ms. Katabiraj.
Thank you, sir. And thank you very much, Pash, for sharing your findings with us. So in here that in your study, you have identified that economic baseline is the primary constraint.
Yes.
So what do you mean by economic baseline, and how you measure that economic baseline?
Primarily, the economic baseline was measured based on their income purely out of their sugarcane farms. Majority of these smallholder farmers are engaged in sugarcane in home garden or uh, less than 1 acre land. So their income levels are heavily dependent on that. So that is the factor that we determine the economic capability of those farmers.
Okay, it means that their land size and then income, their cost or the cost for the input, and then credit,
Yes.
labor cost likewise, is it?
Yes, sir. The total profit after a season of harvest.
Okay, right. Thank you, Prabhash. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So I have got a few questions. That is, why did you go for snowball sampling here?
Because I tried to find a formalized list of smallholder farmers, but due to the high concentration of smallholder sugarcane farmers in Monragal district, I couldn't find a proper list of farmers.
Right, okay. Right. How did you do the snowball sampling anyway?
So yeah. First, I got advice from the agrarian office in Monragal district with their officer's instructions and help. I have identified a few key farmers which has a reputation, as I say, in farming, in sugarcane as a major job in their lives. So we, based on them and based on their information, we have extended our sample size.
Okay, how did you find the next farmer?
Next farmer was recommended by the first farmer we.
Okay, right, okay. So then, according to your findings, all farmers do not trust extension services.
Yes, sir. And that's a major finding.
Why is that? Now, they are experienced farmers, but they don't trust the extension service. Why is that?
Yes, sir. When we asked for this information, they kind of opened up. Apart from this questionnaire, they opened up because they shared their feelings because from a very long time, extension services existed in both government and non-government parties, but they were not consistent, and they felt that their interaction or their how they affect the actual farming was not
That is
very.
not effective. That means extension service is not effective for the farmers, right? Is it? It is not effective for farmers.
No, it is actually extension services are definitely effective, but the farmer's perception is that the definition those services are not effective.
Okay, great. Thank you. Right. So then with that, we'll move on to the next presentation. So that is on assessing determinants of youth engagement in cinnamon cultivation and processing. a case study of Khamburupitiya, Sri Lanka, and the presentation will be done by Ms. T. Veerasinghe. Over to you, Ms.
Our research study's title is Assessing the Determinants of Youth Engagement in Cinnamon Cultivation and Processing, a case study of Khamburupitiya, Sri Lanka. This is the overview of the presentation. Sri Lanka is globally recognized as the leading producer of cinnamon and generates more than 240 million US dollars annually through exports. The industry relies heavily on labor-intensive production systems, traditional skills, and intergenerational knowledge transfer. However, the cinnamon sector is currently facing a shortage of skilled labor, particularly in cultivation and processing activities. One major concern is declining participation of youth due to changing career aspirations and increasing rural to urban migration. This situation raises concerns about the long-term sustainability of the industry and highlights the importance of understanding the youth engagement. Previous studies have mainly focused on production, exports, and value chain development within the cinnamon industry. However, limited attention has been given to the youth engagement, the barriers influencing the participation, and the future sustainability of the workforce. Therefore, general objective of this study was to assess the determinants of youth engagement in cinnamon cultivation and processing. These are the specific objectives. This study was conducted in the Khamburupitiya Divisional Secretariat Division located in Mathura district, a prominent cinnamon growing region in Sri Lanka. The target population consisted of youth aged between 15 and 29 years following the definition provided in the National Youth Policy of Sri Lanka. A quantitative case study approach was adopted. Data were collected from 50 respondents using structured questionnaire, and participants were selected through snowball sampling. The collected data were analyzed using SPSS version 25. Next, move to the results and discussion. The sample was predominantly male, representing 68% of participants. The largest age category was 25 to 29 years, accounting for 60% of the sample. In terms of education, the respondent had completed secondary education with 52% educated up to advanced level. All the participants were originated from the cinnamon-related households, while 36% and 24% are having experience in cinnamon processing and cultivation respectively. 40% of participants have experience in both activities. Although all respondents were currently engaged in cinnamon cultivation or processing activities, 70% indicated that they did not wish to remain in the industry in long term. Previous studies suggested that young people often remain involved in agriculture because of family obligations or limited alternatives rather than the genuine career aspirations. To determine whether awareness differed among socio-demographic groups, a Kruskal-Wallis test was conducted. The results showed no statistically significant differences across age categories, education level, or employment status. This suggests that awareness regarding cinnamon cultivation and processing is relatively consistent among youth regardless of their socio-demographic backgrounds. Before conducting regression analysis, reliability tests were performed using Cronbach alpha. The results indicated satisfactory internal consistency for all measurement constructs. The regression model was significant. The R-squared value of 0.725 indicates that approximately 72.5% of the variation in youth engagement is explained by the model. Among the predictors, technical barriers had the strongest effect on the youth engagement. Based on the findings, 4 major conclusions can be drawn. First, family background plays an important role in shaping youth participation in cinnamon-related activities. Second, although youth are currently involved in the sector, their long-term commitments remain weak. Third, awareness is not the primary factor for influencing participation. Finally, technical, environmental, and organizational barriers significantly affect youth engagement. Among these, technical barriers emerge as the most influential determinant. Therefore, policy intervention should prioritize training opportunities, access to modern technologies, strengthen extension services, and enhance institution support to encourage sustainable youth participation. These are the key references used in this research. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. Now let's go to the discussion. Over to you, Dr. Srivardhan and Mr. Katviraj.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Veer Singh, for your nice presentation. So I would like to know why you specifically select that snowball sampling method, and why you limited to sampling number 50.
Yes, madam. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Yes. For the first question, the snowball sampling, we tried to find a comprehensive sampling frame from the Kamruptiya DST division before starting our presentation, but we couldn't find a one, and as well as we have searched some Gramanidari divisions that whether they have some Sampath Patikada or something. That contain the village participants, village details who are participating in cinnamon cultivation, but we couldn't find that kind of comprehensive sampling frame. So we found some farmers young farmers who have engaged in cinnamon cultivation first, and then we decided to go along the snowballing method to find the farmers. And for the second question about the participant number of participants, we accept that if we can use a larger sample in this kind of studies is increasing the generalizability of the research. But in our case, we have used both qualitative and quantitative approaches to go through this study, even though we have mentioned the quantitative part in this abstract. So in that case, we think 50 participants will be enough for our study.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Veer Singh.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, that's it from our side, doctor. You can proceed. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you, Srivardhan. Now, what is the definition for youth here?
Youth, we have used national youth policy.
Okay.
So according to that, youth are the people between 15 to 29 years. So we have went our research through that definition.
Okay. Now, your finding says that all respondents originated from cinnamon-related households and most possess experience in cinnamon. So, is that a finding or what is it?
No, sir. As this is a case study, we have go through some background data. So in that case, we have found that it has a limitation because we try to find the differences between young people who engaged and non-engaged in cinnamon cultivation. But for the presenting purpose, I have mentioned the background of the participants as in here, as all the
No, the question
participants
is
are.
now your sample is related to cinnamon farmers, and your
Yes.
finding says all respondents originate from cinnamon-related families.
Yes, as I mentioned, our study is kind of kind of broad study, and we take a part of that study. So in there, we have used we have filtered those participants who have engaged in cinnamon cultivation.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, Miss. Okay. So then let's move to the last presentation of the day. So that is on awareness of hygienic milk production practices among small-scale dairy farmers in Agunakor Palace, Sri Lanka. And the presentation is done by Mrs. P.O.P. Veerasinghe. Over to you, Miss.
My name is P.O.P. Veerasinghe, and today I will be presenting our research titled Awareness of Hygienic Milk Production Practices Among Small-Scale Dairy Farmers in Angudukola Palasa, Sri Lanka. Let me start with the introduction. Small-scale dairy farming is an important agricultural activity in Sri Lanka, and it contributes significantly to the livelihoods of rural farmers, household nutrition, and their domestic milk production. Unhygienic milking practices may cause microbial contamination and the transmission of milk-borne diseases to humans. Such contamination can occur as a result of poor animal health, unhygienic conditions, and inadequate sanitation practices, leading to milk quality reduction and health risks to consumers. So, improved knowledge, training, and positive attitudes can enhance the milk handling practices and reduce milk-borne disease risks. Therefore, the problem addressed in this study is that although proper hygiene can reduce the risk of transmission of milk-borne diseases, there is limited evidence on whether dairy farmers are aware of such practices. In response to those concerns, this study was designed to achieve the objectives mentioned in the slide. That is to assess the level of hygiene awareness among small-scale dairy farmers in the Angudukola Palasa Divisional Secretariat, Hambantota District, Sri Lanka, and to propose recommendations for improving awareness and implementation of hygiene practices among small-scale dairy farmers. Having outlined the objectives of the study, I will now describe the methodology used to conduct the research. The study was conducted in the Agunakula Palasa DS division of the Hambantota district, located in the southern province of Sri Lanka, and this area was selected due to the relatively high concentration of small-scale dairy farmers. The total population comprised of 221 small-scale dairy farmers in that area, and 141 respondents were selected from this population using the simple random sampling technique for this research. Data collection. A quantitative cross-sectional research design was adopted to evaluate how the mentioned variables influence awareness of hygiene practices among farmers. They are farm characteristics, economic factors, regulatory and policy factors, market factors, technological factors, environmental factors, social and cultural factors, and access to information and training. A 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree was used to measure respondents' perceptions regarding hygienic milk production practices. Data analysis. The collected data was subjected to correlation analysis and multiple regression analysis using IBM SPSS Statistics Software version 25. Coming into the results and discussion section, let me talk to you first about the demographic and socio-economic background. Majority of the respondents of the study were male, while females accounted only for 45%. Most respondents belonged to the age categories of 31 to 40 years and 41 to 50 years, indicating active participation of economically productive age groups in dairy farming. Educational level of the farmers showed that 55% had completed ordinary level education, while 18% had completed A-level education. Regarding the income sources, about 48% of the respondents depended mainly on agriculture other than dairy farming, while 45% identified dairy farming as their primary source of income. Moving into the descriptive statistics and reliability test, the reliability test was conducted using Cronbach's alpha. Accordingly, the results indicated that all variables used in the study were internally consistent and reliable for measuring the intended concepts. The third and fourth columns of this table show the mean and standard deviation of the tested variables. Moving into the Pearson's correlation test, you can see from this table that among the variables tested, the strongest positive correlation was observed between access to information and training and awareness of hygiene practices, followed by social and cultural factors. Moving into the regression analysis, the regression model was statistically significant overall with an F value of 26.496 and explained 61.6% of the variation in awareness. Among the predictors, access to information and training emerged as the most influential factor with a beta value of 0.515. It is clear from this result that farmers who receive technical knowledge and practical training through training programs, extension services, and digital technology are more likely to practice proper milking hygiene. The findings of Shanta et al. In 2020 also support the present study, as their research on dairy farmers in Bangladesh highlighted the importance of education and training on hygienic milking practices and milk handling in improving farmers' awareness of milk hygiene. Coming into the conclusion of this research, the study highlights that expanding access to information, farmer training programs, and extension services are essential to improve hygienic milk production practices among small-scale dairy farmers in Angunakola Palace, Sri Lanka. The findings also provide valuable insights to policymakers and extension agencies to improve their strategies for enhancing milking hygiene. These are the references that I used to prepare this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, now the presentation is open for discussion.
Right, okay, thank you. And Dr. Dharma, sir, in our side, we don't have anything to ask. You can proceed it, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, then, so now, according to your findings, market factors affect positively, right?
Yeah.
Y variable, dependent variable. How do you explain that?
What do you mean? Are you talking about the results of the regression
Yeah, in
analysis?
regression analysis, you say that market factors, it's a significant factor affecting awareness on hygiene awareness, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain this anyway?
That means farmers who are more exposed to markets, quality requirements, and milk buyers, they tend to have higher awareness of hygienic milk production practices than others. That is what.
How do you build this relationship and with these market factors anyway?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you properly.
How do you build those things into with the market with this awareness, with the hygiene awareness? How do you build it? How do you construct that relationship anyway?
Using literature, sir. We have done a literature survey, and based on
Yeah, okay. What market factors you use there?
in our questionnaire, sir, we used the consumer demand for hygienic dairy products, how it influences hygienic practices, how the market influence hygiene practices by providing incentives, then how buyers influence hygiene practices, how the influence of buyers impact this, and then how.
Can you simply explain one thing? Okay, let's say buyers' influence on hygiene factors, right? So how do you build this link anyway? Simply explain that relationship, buyers' relationship with the hygiene awareness.
So buyers now people they are more concerned about clean milk consumption. That means they always check in the market when they are buying something. They always think about how clean the product is. That's what we mean by it.
So how about these social and cultural factors then?
Social and cultural factors, we discussed about how the social networks in the farming population has an impact on these hygiene practices, how their cultural norms related to cleanliness and hygiene influence these hygiene practices, and then how the influence on hygiene practices from family members or peers have an effect on this. Then
right, okay, right, Miss. Thank you very much, and you did a great job anyway. Now you have done it very clearly, so that's commendable. Okay, thank you very much, and that comes to the end of the presentations. So we had 8 presentation, and I think we have not spent much time on each presentation. So we did, and the overall comment is that what I want to say, always I tell this to the students that, when you do a research, so that is a research. So better if you can highlight the originality of your research. right? Why did you do that such a research? What is the final outcome and what is the expected outcome? Or why, how it is important for the community, right? You need to highlight those factors and what contribution is there from your study to the existing literature. What are the gaps you have identified? You have to show them through literature, but I didn't see any of you have shown them in your presentation, right? Gaps that you have identified in literature, right? So that is very, very important to identify the gaps in the literature, right? So then you try, then through them you try to show the originality of your study, right? Otherwise, you will tell something, you have done something, but that is, it's all right for your, this is kind of an assignment that in your degree program, and you want to do it, and you gathered some skill through this assignment, whether you did it well or not. But to a certain extent, you have gathered some skills in analyzing the data, collecting, analyzing, and formulating research. All these things you have gathered, but still, you must be thorough enough to, tell to a general person of what actually you have done, and the normal person, an average person, should be able to understand what you have done, right? And the other thing is that I always ask, I ask several questions from some of the people, that some of the presenters, that that sometimes I feel that some factors are already known factors. People know these factors. I mean, the question is, why did you want to do the same thing again and again? But if it has a significance, if you can highlight the significance there, then that is all right. But otherwise, it's all right for the skill gathering. But when you want to publish your paper somewhere else as a full paper or a journal article, so then those things will definitely will be asked by the reviewers, right? So that is my advice. Anyway, you have tried to do something important, and try to do to the best of your knowledge. So that is commendable, and in this and I must be thankful to the organizing committee for selecting me for this symposium as one of the chairs. And also I must be thankful to Dr. B.P. Sirivardhana and Mrs. K.G. Katapiarachi for their contribution as the panel members. And that's all, I think, from my side. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, sir. With that, we have come to the end of our session on agroeconomics, entrepreneurship, and extension for agriculture. So I would like to offer my sincere gratitude to our session chair, Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa. Your insightful comments are highly appreciated, and your presence has added immense value to this session. I would also like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to our panel members, Dr. P. Sirivardhana and Ms. K.G. Katapiarachi, for your valuable contributions and continued support throughout the session. Finally, I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing your valuable research findings and experience with us. With this, we conclude the second technical session, and please stay with us for the third technical session on advanced technologies in livestock and aquatic production, which will begin shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I warmly welcome you all to the technical session on. Good afternoon, everyone. I warmly welcome you all to the technical session on advances in livestock and aquatic symposium on aquatechnology and rural sciences ISATRS 2026. It's my honor to invite Dr. KSS Atapattu, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences and Technology, University of Ruhuna, to chair this session. Next, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed panel members, Dr. B.S. Bandhusekara from the Department of Agrotechnology, UCIARS, and Mr. HKRS Kumar from the Department of Technology, UCIARS. Dear Sir, Dr. Atapattu, I warmly invite you to chair the session and proceed. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and you all are welcome to the technical session on advanced technologies in livestock and aquatic production. And we have two panel members, Dr. Rasik and the other one. And you all are welcome again. And we have several presentations on this topic. And let's move to the first presentation. That is on comparative study on growth and survival of cattle and rohu post-larvae, soya milk and commercial fish meal in fertilized earthen ponds. Authors are K. Varthanathan, A. Ganeshwanathan, S. Vetheepan, and T. Loganathan. So the presenting author is K. Varthanathan. It is over to you, Varthanathan, for the presentation.
Good morning. I am Kalevali Varaganathan from University of Jaffna, and today I am going to present regarding the growth and survival performance of cattle and rohu post-larvae reared in the fertilized earthen ponds using either soya milk supplementation or commercial fish feeds. So this is the outline of the presentation. Let's move into the background. Indian major carps such as katla and rohu are among the most commonly cultured freshwater fish species in Sri Lanka. However, larval and post-larval rearing heavily depends on commercial feeds, which are expensive and often inaccessible to small-scale farmers. Fertilized ponds naturally produce plantains and other live food organisms. Therefore, integrating natural productivity with a low-cost supplement such as soy milk may reduce production cost while maintaining acceptable growth and survival. The main objective was to evaluate whether soy milk could serve as an alternative feed source during the post-larval stage. Specifically, we compared growth and survival between Katla and Rohu under natural and commercial feeding systems. This experiment was conducted at the Iranamadu Aquaculture Development Center operated by NACTA. Two-factor factorials designed um, was adopted, and the factors were fish species and feed types, resulting in four treatment combinations. Each treatment was replicated in two earthen ponds. Before stocking, ponds were fertilized with the cow dung to stimulate the plant and growth. Larvae were stocked at the density of 300 individuals per square meter. The natural feed treatment received soy milk during the first week, while the commercial feed treatment received powdered feed daily throughout the experiment. After 3 weeks, fry were harvested and measured. Growth was assessed using the mean total length, while survival was calculated based on harvested fry numbers. Data were analyzed using two-way ANOVA to determine the effects of species, feed type, and their interactions. Growth performance differed significantly among the treatments. The highest length was observed in Rohu receiving commercial feed, followed by followed closely by cattle receiving commercial feed. Both species showed reduced growth under the soy milk treatment, although Roku still maintained better growth than cattle. A similar trend was observed for the survival. The highest survival rate was recorded in the Roku fed commercial feed, while cattle fed soy milk exhibited the lowest survival. However, Roku maintained relatively good survival even under natural feed conditions, suggesting greater adaptability to the fertilized pond environment. Commercial feed provided a complete and balanced nutrient profile, which explains the superior growth and the survival observed. Nevertheless, soy milk supplementation combined with the natural pond productivity produced acceptable results, particularly for the Roku. This suggests that natural feeding strategies can reduce production cost while maintaining reasonable performance. The findings are particularly relevant for small-scale hatcheries and rural aquaculture operations. Using fertilized ponds with the low-cost feed supplements could reduce operational costs while maintaining the acceptable fry quality and the survival. In conclusion, commercial feed achieved the highest growth and the survival. However, soy milk supplementation in fertilized pond supported satisfactory performance, especially in raw food. Therefore, this approach can serve as particular and also in the practical and sustainable strategy for low-cost fish feed production in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Patwanathan, and it is open for discussion now. Panel members, it is open for the discussion.
Good afternoon. I have one question from this study. What is the feeding strategy you perform for this study? That means what is the amount of feed you supply and what is the feeding frequency? How many feeding times per day or something like that? Can you explain your feeding strategy you perform for this study?
Mr. Patwanathan, are you in the presentation? You can't hear anything.
I think that particular person is not available in the Zoom right now. So, sir, we hope we better to go with next one, I guess.
Sorry? She's not in the presentation?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, I guess. According to our members who's controlling the panel, that particular person is not there. So, we better to move to next one, sir.
So then let's move to the next presentation, is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. I guess.
The next presentation is on isolation and identification of rare Vibrio species from water samples with elevated mortality of Hippocampus cruda in an ornamental fish farm in Negombo, Sri Lanka. The authors are GDDK Gunaseni, V. Bandara and D.N. Wanigasekara. The presenting author is GDDK Gunasena. Now it is open for you, Gunasena.
This study is about the isolation and identification of rare Vibrio species from water samples with elevated mortality of Hippocampus cruda in an ornamental fish farm in Negombo, Sri Lanka. The study was carried out at the Department of Microbiology Faculty of Science, University of Kelaniya, and the presenting author is GDDK Gunasena. Introduction: Hippocampus cruda, locally found along Sri Lanka's coastal and lagoon ecosystems, is an economically important seahorse species. Sri Lanka is recognized internationally as a supplier of marine ornamentals, and seahorse aquaculture has potential for high-value export earnings. High global demand for aquarium trade promoting a shift toward captive culture for export. It reduces pressure on wild populations and provides income opportunities for coastal, small-scale farmers and exporters. High juvenile mortality remains a major bottleneck in seahorse aquaculture, especially during the early postnatal and nursery stages. Causes of high mortality include microbial infections and a lack of standardized disease management protocols. In Sri Lanka, information on the pathology of seahorse culture is scarce. Considering above facts, the objective of the present study was to isolate bacterial pathogens associated with larval mortality in Hippocampus cruda in water samples from cultured tanks. Methodology: sample collection of water samples and enrichment. Water samples were collected from larval rearing tanks exhibiting high mortality rates from Aquaculture Development Center in Negombo in Sri Lanka. And here I see the Hippocampus cruda larvae which were collected from the tanks in the water. Isolation of potential pathogens. Enrichment. Samples were first enriched in alkaline peptone water and incubated overnight at room temperature at 25 to 27 degrees with agitation. A secondary enrichment step was performed in phosphate buffered saline before serial dilution. Prepared. Selective isolation. From enriched samples, loopholes were plated onto thiosulfate citrate by sucrose agar and krypton soy agar, followed by incubation at room temperature for 24 hours. Distinct colonies were subcultured repeatedly to obtain pure isolates. Potential colonies were selected representing both megamedia. In the identification procedure, identification was performed using standard morphological and biochemical procedures described in Berge's Manual of Systematic Bacteriology and Hovanana's Manual for the Identification of Medical Bacteria. Morphological characterization included gram staining, cell shape, motility, and spore detection. And under the biochemical test, a series of tests were carried out as indicated here. Results: 3 uncommon Vibrio species were identified in the present study. The Vibrio species were Vibrio mimix, Vibrio fulvialis, and Vibrio pelagius. So these species were isolated and identified. Apart from the main Vibrio species, Vibrio splendidus and Vibrio alginolyticus. So these two species are actually common Vibrio species, which cause vibriosis in fish varieties. But however, these 3 Vibrio species that we identified are some uncommon species. These are the results showing the distinctive colony patterns and gram staining results. They are gram negative. Very short rod bacteria actually. So you can see the results here for the 3 Vibrio species. They produce pigments as well. Under the morphological and biochemical test results, so these are the test results for the respective 3 species: shape, motility, oxidase test, catalase test, and growth under anaerobic conditions, growth in air, and OF test, glucose. So almost all these tests were carried out species, and here you can see the carbohydrate fermentation test, VP test, starch hydrolysis, reduction of nitrate to nitrite, indole, gelatin, casein, arginine, lysine, ornithine decarboxylase, and lipase activity. All these tests were carried out for all the trace species, and results as shown in the table. So based on these results, we compared our results with the Burgess Manual of Bacteriology and identified these three species as these Vibrio species. Discussion: the detection of these uncommon Vibrio species suggests that Vibriosis in ornamental seahorse hatcheries may evolve a broader spectrum of pathogens. Marine hatchery environments provide favorable conditions for Vibrio proliferation, particularly when organic matter accumulates or water quality fluctuates. Under such conditions, opportunistic species may reach pathogenic concentrations. The isolation of various Vibrio species from high mortality tanks highlights the polymicrobial nature of bacterial disease in larval aquaculture stem. Conclusion: though it is not frequently documented, Vibrio mimics, Vibrio fulvialis and Vibrio pelagios may contribute to larval mortality of seahorse ornamental culture. The occurrence of rare Vibrio species in high mortality larval tanks of Hippocampus cruda emphasizes the requirement of routine bacteriological monitoring, improved hatchery hygiene, and proactive water quality management to minimize vibriosis related mortality rates and ensure sustainable ornamental seahorse. These are the references relevant to the study, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gunasen, for your nice presentation. And presentation is open to discussion now.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I have two questions regarding this study.
Yeah.
First one is the how many water sample did you collect from that means per tank? That is the first question. The second thing is, did you collect the water sample from healthy tank for comparison purpose?
Yes, actually, from tanks, I think we collected from 3 tanks actually, and from 1 tank 2 samples. And healthy tanks also we collected. We haven't put those data in this presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions?
One more question from my side. Thank you very
So
much for your
I
nice
have few
presentation.
questions regarding this one. Actually, it is very important for the aquaculture production. So how far is it possible to confirm this species without the molecular studies?
Sorry, can you repeat this,
Okay,
please?
so you identified 3 species other
Yes.
than the 2
Yeah,
species.
Yeah.
Did you try any molecular studies to confirm their identity? I mean, molecular studies to some genetics or something related to their identification, because only identified through the
biochemical testing. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how about the molecular studies or something to confirm?
Actually, we haven't done the molecular studies because it takes it costs a lot to do the molecular study, so we haven't got a grant for this research. So we conclude the results from the biochemical test itself. But we have done quite a lot of biochemical tests, and this Burgess Manual is the fundamental book to identify the bacteria. So we compared all our results with that book, and we confirm our results based on that.
Yes, okay. Basically, it is fine, and for the confirmation, I think we will.
Yeah, better to go.
So my next question. How about the importance of this identification of these 3 species particularly for the production of hippocampus cruda. Are there any literature about these findings with other countries as well?
Actually, there are very literature is very limited. When we went through the literature, it was very limited literature. We found the research on hippocampus cruda actually. We found that this bacterial species, this rare Vibrio species, cause diseases in some other fish. I didn't get any kind of connection with the hippocampus cruda actually in the literature, published literature.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Let's move to the next presentation.
Thank you very much.
Next presentation on breed-wise variation in milk yield and production gaps in dairy cattle under tropical smallholder systems in Jaffna. Authors are I.C. Vimal Kumar and A. Briangari. The presenting author is A. Briangari.
Good day, everyone. I'm going to present about breed-wise variation in milk yield and production gaps in dairy cattle under tropical smallholder systems in Jaffna. Dairy sector serves as the major source of income for medium and large-scale farmers, and also it contributes to the self-sufficiency of milk production in Jaffna district. However, it contributes only 4% to the annual milk production of the country. In 2024, Sri Lanka spent nearly 73 billion for the importation of milk products. This highlights the necessity to increase the milk production across all the districts, including Jaffna. Previous studies evaluated the comparative performance of few breeds. However, no studies have been done on breed-wise assessment of milk production and comparison against the standards. So this limits to identify the production gaps and constraints of breed-specific performance. So the objectives of this study are to assess the breed-wise productive performance, to compare with that of the standard, and to propose suitable strategies to increase the milk production. The study was carried out in Jaffna district, including all veterinary divisions from January to September 2025 using stratified random sampling. This enrolls 15 to 20 farms from each veterinary division, and it includes 265 animals from 248 farms. Data collection were done using a pre-structured questionnaire, which includes breed type, feeding, housing, and management information. Daily milk yield and lactation length were collected from individual cow records, and total lactation yield was calculated. Jersey Friesian, Sahiwal, Ireland, Cindy Cross, and local crosses were the breeds assessed in this study. The descriptive statistics was done to measure the mean value with the standard deviation. One sample t-test was done to determine the significance between the standard and the achieved lactation yields. So the p-value greater than 0.05 considered to be the target achieved. Results and discussion. So this table shows the achieved total lactation milk yield of each breed and their target lactation yield with the respective p-value. Here Jersey, Ireland, and Cindy Cross achieved their target indicated by the p-value that is greater than 0.05. Friesian and local breeds showed lower performance, indicated by the significant p-value. Sahiwal exceeded the upper limit of the milk production potential. So most of the breeds performed within their genetic targets. However, Sahiwal, because of the adaptability to the tropical climate and the constraints on management, it exceeded the upper limit of its milk production target. Frisian, though it has a productive performance on milk production, it has a high potential. However, in Jaffna, due to the heat stress and the feed constraints, it shows poor performance. Also, local breeds showed lower production because of their low genetic potential. So still there is scope to fully exploit the production performance of each breed by enhancing feeding management, especially including TMR rations, improving of housing management in order to reduce the heat stress and also to increase the cow comfort, strengthening of breeding programs by upgrading the existing breeds using exotic breeds. These are some of the recommendations to improve the milk production of Jaffna district so that the gap between the target and the achieved milk yield can be obtained and so that it can contribute to the national total annual milk production. So these are my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Priyankani, and it is open for discussion now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I have one clarification. In your sample collection that you have mentioned, Jersey, Frisian, Sahiwal, and other local breeds are also available. So, can you tell me how many of Jersey and Frisian was there in that Jaffna area out of your total sample? I mean, not exactly the amount. So, can you name it roughly as a percentage or something like that?
Then half of the population belongs to Jersey breed.
Half of
the rest accounts for more than half.
What about the Frisian?
Frisian, 1/4, less than 1/4.
Less than 1/4. So, what is the condition that they are rearing that Frisian animals in that Jaffna area?
Our farmers want to rear the Frisian in order to get the higher milk production as it is having a high genetic potential. However, the low performance is attributed mainly due to its poor adaptability to the Jaffna climate, tropical climate. And also the disease prevalence is also very high in the Frisians, especially the tick-borne fever, tick fever. So they are more prone to die once they get the diseases, which can be easily overcome by the breeds like Jersey and other breeds that are more resistant to the particular diseases.
So you mean that they are rearing pure Frisian and pure Jersey breeds?
Yes.
Okay.
Jersey crosses are also there. Jersey and Jersey crosses.
Right, okay, but in the data you have only mentioned about the pure breeds data, I guess, right? Not crossbreeds.
Yes, we have included most of the pure breeds to get the actual milk production potential of the particular breed.
But in my understanding, so usually in Jaffna area, they have Frisian crosses maybe there, but pure Frisian and pure Jersey, I guess it is somewhat difficult to rear. Anyhow, that's all from my side.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a few questions regarding your study. First one is, for your study, you have collected data from 248 farms covering 265 animals, right? My first question is, how did you decide 248 farms, that value, how did you decide? What is the base
We have first divided the subgroups for stratified random sampling. From that subgroups, we did random sampling.
So that means, okay, you selected 248 farms, then you 265 animals. So then how many animals you selected from one farm? How did you decide that? Number of animals per farm?
So if we target the Jersey group, then we select the farms with Jersey, and out of the Jersey, out of the animals, we randomly select the animals with the cow number, particular cow numbers, to represent the all the animals that are included in the study without bias.
That means you included all the lactating animals in your study that select from that selected farm?
Not all.
Yes, I am asking how did you decide that number of animals per farm?
From a farm, we included most of the animals from a particular farm. The animals with the poor body condition and with disease conditions, we exclude those.
Okay, second thing I want to know is, so did you consider any selection criteria? That means selection, inclusion or exclusion criteria when you select the farms and animals for your study? What are the selection criteria did you follow to select the farms and animals for your study?
The pregnant animals and the animals with general debility were excluded.
Then farm selection?
I couldn't get your point.
Right.
It's okay, Rasika?
Okay, sir. Okay, you can ask.
Right, okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a very simple question. So you have compared different variation in terms of milk yield, right? So what is your recommendation for the farmers if they want to improve their production? So which species or which breed you are going to recommend for the farmers out of these?
So Jersey, Gyrolanda, and Cindy are the breeds that achieve their target lactation. And out of these three, Sahiwal, though it achieved its target, it exceeded the upper limit of its target range. So we expect the other breeds also to achieve the upper margin of their target potential.
So do you
So
have,
that
okay. So do you have any recommendation to reach that level? Because
so
others are
yes,
somewhere
to
below. So how do you recommend what sort of recommendation you are proposing to reach to that target?
the improving of the feeding management, especially we should introduce TMR, that is the balanced ration of the feed. And also the most of the farmers don't give mineral supplementation, so we should include mineral supplementation, adequate feed, water supply to increase the milk volume, and also to improve the housing, improving of the housing management, especially to reduce the disease prevalence and also to increase the cow comfort. And to reduce the heat stress, and also improving of the breeding strategies is the major recommendation to improve the existing milk production potential.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. If there are no any more questions, shall we move to the next presentation? Right. Okay. The next presentation, utilization of poultry byproduct meal as a partial replacement for fish meal in diets of gift tilapia, Oreopromis niloticus, and its effect on growth, performance, and feed utilization. Authors are M.H.Y. Sevmini, G.S.C. Pereira, M.S. Andrew, and K.C. Kaushalya. The presenting author is M.H.Y. Sevmini. Sevmini, it is over to you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining my presentation. Today I'll be sharing my research finding on utilization of 40 byproduct meal as a partial replacement for fish meal in diet of gift tilapia and its effect on growth performance and feed utilization. The purpose of this study was to investigate development of new fish feed product using 40 byproduct as the main ingredient for tilapia culture. And I hope the finding contribute to a broader understanding of this field. This presentation is organized into several sections. First, I would like to introduce research introduction. As a circuit global food production sector, aquaculture is focusing on alternative protein source like 40 byproduct, particularly whiskey, due to their comparable protein content and nutrient density. There is a possibility of using poultry processing byproduct as a feed alternative for fish meal in aqua feed and contain protein level of around 60%. However, there is a gap in competitive feeding trial to validate the efficiency and safety of poultry byproduct as an alternative in fish feed. 40 byproducts have been identified as a suitable nutrient source could replace more conventional fish meal in aquaculture feed. Why 40 starch waste in aquaculture? Higher in essentially amino acid comparable to fish meal, simple short production cycle, cost-effective production cost. The main objective are byproduct of a poultry processing has been considered as a waste and there is a higher possibility of using it as a feed due to higher protein content. Poultry byproduct has been tested in many feed ration and lack of studies in fish feed industry. Also, there are lack of diversity as well as cost-effective alternatives in fish feed. Therefore, my effort is to fill the gap of availability of nutritionally and economically valuable supplemental fish feed using byproduct products to fulfill the nutrient requirement of gift tilapia. The objectives are general objectives to evaluate economical and nutritional benefit of poultry sludge waste in experiment was conducting using gift tilapia fry to evaluate the feasibility of replacing fish meal with poultry sludge waste in their diet without affecting growth performance. Specific objectives are to determine the microbial analysis of polysaccharide powder, to determine the economic feasibility of each diet by calculating. In this study, the collected data were analyzed using the software IBM sparse statistics to compare the result among the three different treatment groups. I used a one-way ANOVA test. Preparation of experimental diet. I prepared 3 experimental diets. T1 was the control diet with no poultry sludge waste. T2 contained 10% poultry sludge waste and T3 contained 20% poultry sludge waste. The main aim was to compare how different inclusion level affect the performance of tilapia. Next, move to the methodology. Raw material analyze, formulation of the product, develop the product, end of the product analyze, data analyze, statistical analyze. Rearing and feeding of fish, weighting of fish weekly, siphoning in the fish tank daily, hand feeding tweak a day by 5% to 10% of body weight. Water was changed every 2 days. Next, move to the results and discussion. Firstly, growth performance and final weight. No significant different amount treatment. T2 showed higher numerical final weight. Combined alternative protein source support final weight. Weight gain, no significant different amount treatment. T2 diet showed the highest numerical weight gain. Daily weight gain, no significant different amount treatment. The T2 diet showed the highest numerical daily weight gain. Results and discussion. Microbial test results of the 40 sludge dry powder. As 40 sludge dry powder do not contain harmful microbials used as the ingredient in fish meal. Cost analyze. Formulation diet significant reduced feed cost. 40 byproduct meal diet provided most effective growth performance. Water quality management. The measure parameters pH, EC, temperature remain within optimal range for tilapia culture across all treatments. You can see conclusion. The finding of this study indicated that the 40 sludge waste combination can effectively replace fish meal without compromising the growth performance of gift tilapia fry. Across treatment, no significant change in growth parameters were observed, confirming the suitability of these alternative protein sources. As a result, the use of 40 sludge waste offer a more cost-effective solution compared to traditional fish meal-based diet. In conclusion, the study revealed that 40 sludge waste can be completely replaced and that 10 to 20 ratio in the suitable combination. I used to gather information and support my research study. Thank you so much for kindly attention.
Thank you, Semini. Now the presentation is open for discussion. The panel members, you can, if you have a question, you can ask. Vasika, I can't hear. You can't hear.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, now it is okay.
Okay. So thank you very much for your nice presentation. I have very simple questions about the study. That question is, the presenter is available? Is presenter is available?
Yeah, she's available.
Right. So my question is, because in your study you are investigating alternative the protein source that can be replaced the fish meal. So as you mentioned, price is higher. That is the problem. Fish meal price. My question is, what is the current price of fish meal in the market? Do you have any idea about that?
So you are muted. Please turn on your mic. I think she's muted me. Miss Emily, are you with us? Yes. Okay. Did you get the question? Mm. We can't hear anything. Can you, Rasika?
Yes, sir. We can't hear anything from her side.
One of the another author is in the Miss Andrew also author of the paper. Semini, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, since 7 minutes in answer, I'll answer it. Usually it is about 1,008 to 1,200, that range per kilogram in the market.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
I have one question. So in your study, you have going to use that poultry sludge waste as an animal feed or part of animal feed. So what kind of biosecurity, or biosecurity measures that you need to process when you are using poultry sludge kind of thing as a animal feed? What kind of measures that you can use? Are you there, Simini?
Yes, she's here. I think MN18 is. Semini, did you get the question?
Okay, since the time is running, I'll answer on behalf of SaveMini. There are so many biosecurity measures that we need to take, since this is the waste that is collected from wastewater treatment areas. So we have to reduce the moisture level. That is the one main reason that we have dried this sun-dried. Use the sun-dried method and microbiologically analyze to check the microbial limits with the market fish meal microbial limits, and our microbiology limits were less compared to those. So handling, then storing, all we have to maintain moisture levels, reduce moisture levels, dry levels, and after drying, we have to use gloves, proper PPEs, and avoid cross contamination, since this has to be transported from one area to another. And during application also, we have to ensure that this is dry. So some samples we have to allow outside, check the moisture levels before application to the in our research.
Right. Okay. That's also my side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I have one quick question for the presentation. Is this waste a kind of mixture, or did you separate into some different types, or is it a mixture?
It is a mixture that comes out of the poultry processing plant. Now, in a poultry processing plant, whatever goes to the, blood, fat, all those things goes to the wastewater treatment plant, and those are biologically processed, and we collect the sludge to default air flotation, where the fat oils and the sediments come up. That is then taken out to we have another cation polymer that we mix, so that the water is dewatered.
Okay.
And that is sent through a belt press, so that the moisture is further removed and we get a cake form. That was further dried and utilized for this further fish meal development.
Fine. So what is the percentage protein content of this waste after drying?
It is about 80%.
80%?
Oh, yes, yes.
So did you analyze it for the amino acid as well?
not yet. It is cost is very high. We are going for the second level for amino acid profiles and fatty acid profile. That is a different. So the management is very satisfied with the research, and they have told me that they will allocate funds for that.
Yeah, I hope it is a very good research because it will reduce the waste as well. And the other hand, it is going to be any production in the aquaculture sector. So I think it is very good initiative because why I'm asking this amino acid profile. So it is better to look at the amino acid index and then you can prepare your diet in a nice way to tally with the species you are targeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And let's move to the final presentation on this session. It is about evaluation of productive efficiency of dairy cattle in Jaffna district and its key influencing factors. Authors are same as the previous SC Vimala Kumar and A. Briangari. So the presenting author is A. Briangari. So it is over to you.
Good day, everyone. I'm going to present about the evaluation of reproductive efficiency of dairy cattle in Jaffna district and its key influencing factors. Reproductive efficiency is the key determinant of productivity and profitability of dairy sector. It is influenced by several factors including environmental, managerial and physiological. In Jaffna district, artificial insemination programs are extensively adopted. However, the success of AI depends on the optimal health of the reproductive health of the cattle population. Previous studies evaluated the AA program and its efficiency without assessing how these factors influence on it. Also, reproductive indices have not been studied against different management systems, production scales, and milk yield levels. So, without the fertility data, suitable strategies to improve the breeding efficiency is impossible. So the objectives of these studies are to investigate the reproductive efficiency of dairy cattle, focusing on management systems, production scales and their daily milk yield, and to develop suitable strategies to improve reproductive potential. So this study was carried out in Jaffna district, including all veterinary divisions. This covers 265 animals from 248 farms, ranging between 2.5 years to 14 years. Data were collected via field farm visits between 2022 to 2024 using a pre-structured questionnaire. Reproductive indices like age at first service, age at first calving, number of services per conception, calving interval and days open were collected together with the information on management systems, production scale and daily milk yield. The data were analyzed using descriptive statistics and Kruskal-Wallis test. Dunn's post-hoc test was done to make pair-wise comparisons. Results and discussion. This table shows the different the reproductive indices among various management systems, production scales and milk yield levels. The same superscript shows the insignificance and different superscript shows there is significant difference. So when we consider the management systems, intensive systems showed better outcomes than other systems, especially from the extensive management systems indicated by lowest AFS, AFC and CI. When we look into the production scale, large scale shows promising outcomes like shortest calving interval and lowest NSC. When we consider the milk production levels, the higher milk production that is greater than 15 liter animals shows better outcomes like lowest AFS and AFC. So of the management systems, intensive management system shows the better outcomes, while large scale shows promising outcomes among production scales. And when we look into the daily milk yield, the higher producing animals show superior performance. These are the conclusions. Reproductive performance in the study area is largely significantly influenced by different management systems, production scales, and daily milk yield level. Intensively managed herds, large-scale farms, and high-yielding animals shows best breeding outcomes. So the transition of smallholder farms from extensive to semi-intensive to intensive management systems, improving of nutritional management and housing facilities, and improving of strategy crossbreeding, especially upgrading of the existing breeds using exotic breeds are some of the recommendations to enhance the existing breeding efficiency of dairy cattle in Jaffna district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Priyankari, for your presentation. And it is open for discussion now. Panel members, you can go for discussion.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
My first question is, so is this cross-sectional study or longitudinal study? Cross-sectional study, is this cross-sectional study?
Yes.
All right. So the second question is, how did you verify these reproductive records? So during your study, how did you collect this? Because in your study you have collected a lot of reproductive data. How did you verify this data during your study?
We have prepared questionnaires and directly visit to each farm and get the information. The other information related to calving interval, number of services per conception, which are not which should be maintained in a cow records. So they keep for every cow they keep cow records with cow ID, individual cow ID. From that we collected those data.
Right. Okay. So I have another question. Another question is, you have used in this study Kruskal-Wallis test to analyze the data. What is the reason for that?
Actually, to detect the pairwise, actually I did this with the help of my friend who knows the statistics well. Actually, this was done to detect the pairwise comparison between the groups. For example, from the management system, intensive, extensive, and semi-intensive, to detect the significance between these groups, we use that.
Okay, I have another small question. So that question is in your abstract mention high milk yield, so linked to enhance reproductive performance. So how high milk yield enhance reproductive performance? So that is the question I have.
High milk yield.
So in your abstract mention, milk, the higher milk yield was linked to the enhanced reproductive performance. So can you explain a little bit how higher milk yield linked to enhanced reproductive performance?
Higher milk yield is related to genetic as well as the other managerial factors. So when we choose for animals for breeding purposes, we tend to use the high breeding animals. In case of production, we mainly look for the milk production of the particular animals. So for the breeding purpose, we use the criteria, and one of the criteria is the milk production potential of the particular animal.
My side, sir. Thank you very much.
Any more questions from the panel? Okay. So I have few questions. Number one, so can you explain me what do you mean by reproductive efficiency? I saw several reproductive traits, but what do you mean by the reproductive efficiency here?
So the traits, for example, age at first service should be nearly 18 months. With the effective management of rearing a cow, it should reach its reproductive age at 18 months. So likewise, age at first calving, if we cross the cow at 18 months, after 9 months, it should calve. So if standard periods of every reproductive developmental stages, we can achieve the reproductive efficiency from all the herd-wise productivity, reproduction.
So, so you have compared three different systems: the extensive, semi-intensive, and intensive. So how do you define those? What are the differences in these three different categories?
Semi-intensive, the farmers are not usually keeping the cows inside. They always allow the cows to for grazing outside. So they just graze the grasses that are not nutritive value, and also the exposure to the pathogens, mainly like ticks and other disease prevalence is also high in extensive management system. In case of intensive management system, vice versa, they show management and even the heat detection, timely heat detection, and other disease detections also. So comparatively, intensive management, it's not possible in case of Jaffna farmers, this juncture, but according to our study, if we improve the existing management system towards intensive management system, the animals tend to show more performance.
So then if it is not possible to have
intensively managed cows are given the grasses like CO3, CO4, and improved grasses were given, and mineral supplementation, TMR rations were given and managed. So it's not, we can't expect this in extensive managed herds.
So I understood that it is totally based on the management strategies, right? So in terms of intensive, are there intensive farms in Jaffna?
Yes,
so
there are farms.
That means they are maybe totally managed by themselves, the feeding and everything.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much for your presentation. And is there the first presenter available in the audience?
No, sir. I guess he is not here.
Okay. So, right. So, thank you very much, all the presenters, for their nice presentation and findings. Actually, the session was about advanced technologies in livestock and aquatic production. Yes, your findings, of course, helpful for the production in both livestock and aquatic systems, especially the fish production and milk production, etc. The one study was really really want to improve the fish growth by incorporating waste of the poultry byproducts, so that then it will be a kind of sustainable utilization of waste into aquatic production. And the other studies basically on the milk production and improving their reproductive performance for the better animal production. But unfortunately, we missed one presentation about the comparative study on growth and survival of cattle. Anyhow, all these presentations, I believe, will add some findings, and their research findings will be important for the production of the animal systems here. And one of the important points is please give this message for the real users for improve their systems. So this link has to be generated, especially otherwise it is not work. We will do these studies and we will present those things in symposium, but it is not going to the real world. So please try to incorporate this one. I think the speed one will work well. And again, thank you very much for all the presenters and panel members, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. So it is over to you, the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We have come to the end of technical session on advanced technologies in livestock and aquatic production. At the end of this session, I would like to thank all the presenters who shared their valuable finding with us. And thank you very much, sir, Dr. K.S.S. Satapattu, for chairing this session. And thank you very much, Dr. Supun Bandusegara and Mr. H.K.R.S. Kumara, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. And thank you all.